caught in the stratosphere. I prayed for you and kept you near in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas, oh you meant the world to me. Oh you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, oh I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I know you're somewhere out there, somewhere far away. I want you back. I want.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. How are y'all doing today? And happy hump day! Oh, I love Wednesdays simply because I get to come inside a chat and I get to scream hump day. Again, you guys know it is my favorite day of the week. I do not know why. I really think it's because I get to come in and say hump day. But I don't know why Wednesdays are my most favorite days. I think because on Wednesdays, I make the most amount of money. On Wednesdays, we have the most amount of fun. And it really starts off with the hump day. So what's up, ladies and gentlemen? How are we doing? Good morning and happy Wednesday, team. It is 8:50 a.m., June 15th, and today is a very, very important day. We have our FOMC meeting at 2 o'clock. So, probably going to see the markets a little choppy ahead of that FOMC meeting. Historically, that's what we see. We see the markets choppy ahead of those FOMC meetings. All right, so we're going to dissect our top penny stocks. we're going to take a look at the SPY and the Qs and kind of get an idea of where the markets could go ahead of the FOMC meeting. And then, really depending on what Powell says during that interview, what are the Fed's next steps? What's the Fed going to do? Are they going to raise rates by 75? The market's priced that in. Are they going to be more aggressive at 100? Are they going to come back down to 50? Again, there's so many things that could really move the market today and the rest of this week. But leading up to that 2 o'clock time frame, I highly doubt the market does that much. But we'll still talk about the SPY and the Qs, get you guys prepared, do that due diligence. We'll go ahead and talk about our top gaining penny stocks for today, the stocks that I think have the best potential. And then if we have some time, we'll talk about some of these back burners as well and take a look at some of your stocks. And we have plenty of time. We have 39 minutes until that market opens. So hit me again with a good morning. I know you're somewhere out there. Oh my goodness, that was beautiful. Happy hump day, Steve, Kits King, Jay Cohen, Ron, Placid Puppy. Good morning. Stir saying, why are you not in surround sound like normal? What do you mean? Does this sound like surround sound? Is this what you're talking about? Is it a little too far? I'm being dead serious. If the audio is not crystal clear and beautiful, let me know and I'll readjust the audio real quick. Still getting used to the new setup, but we should be good. Just go ahead and let me know before we actually start diving into it. I don't want to get 30 minutes into it and you guys are like, yeah, I didn't hear a single thing. So let me know before we dive into it, guys. But once again, good morning, Steve, Rodney, Evelyn's dad, Trader Girl, Beth, J. Dos, Ken. What's up? Good morning, Johnny Holmes, Trader King. Woo, everybody's inside the chat today. You are only coming out of one of my speakers. Your music was coming out of both. Good morning. Sounds good otherwise. Yeah, so I thought I made those adjustments properly. Maybe it reset itself. So this is a mono microphone and it's recorded and it's streamed mono. So I changed it to stereo. It must have defaulted back to mono from stereo. So we'll be okay for today. As long as you guys can hear me, it's nice and clear. Yeah, if it's coming out of one speaker, we'll make some adjustments and we'll be all set for next week. This week is more or less just kind of getting the hang of things, right? Just really trying to figure this out, how it's all working, how it's all coming together. So we'll be all set. Sounds like you're only in my left speaker. Is it really bothering you guys? Are you guys okay? If it's really bothering you, let me know. If not, we're going to go ahead and dive into it. We got plenty of time. How we all doing over on YouTube? What's up, Mr. Ed Nevis, Jack, Angela? Good morning, Steve, Rick. Good morning, Texas, Daniel, Hamas, Shane, Jared. Good morning, team. Well, we got a lot of traders over on YouTube today. How we all doing? Welcome back. Happy Wednesday. Happy hump day. We're going to have a fun day. We are going to have an awesome day. And let's make today a profitable day as well. So let's have an awesome day. Let's have a profitable day. And let's just crush it. Let's lock in some profits, guys. I love Wednesdays. Let's keep the ball rolling. We've had nothing but green day since last week. It's felt great. Just lots of green days. It's been fun in the market. We've been absolutely crushing it with opportunity. So we're just going to come on in, team. We're going to identify that opportunity, and we're going to hit it hard, and we are going to make it happen. All right, traders? So let's go ahead and dive on into it. And we will take a vote. We will cast a poll on what we think the Fed's going to be doing. And we'll talk about that here in a moment. But let's go ahead and talk about the stocks that I think have the best potential for today. Number one, EVOK. Absolutely EVOK. So this morning, EVOK dropping a press release here at 8:30. So at 8:30, they come out with a press release saying that they're announcing approval of this GIM OTI. Well, what is that? Well, that is a nasal spray. So they're announcing the approval of their nasal spray, and they announced this at the Florida Medicaid Pharmaceutical and Therapeutics Committee that they have approved adding that nasal spray treatment, and it helps treat the symptoms associated with acute and recurrent diabetic gastrophoresis. That's a huge word, and I absolutely said that correct. To the Florida Medicaid Preferred Drug List, PDL, effective immediately. So we got a really nice press release here on EVOK. Again, they are announcing the immediate right? It's effective immediately, and they made that announcement that they're going to be adding that Gimot, whatever that is. That's that nasal spray, and it helps, again, keywords here, it helps treat symptoms, okay? It's helping treat symptoms associated with acute and recurrent diabetic gastrophoresis. I think that's how you say that. Effective immediately. So that's really those keywords. That's how you're going to dissect this press release. And we can see it's a decent press release. It's pretty good. Now, did they meet their primary endpoints with positive phase 3 trials in regards to cancer-related studies? No. It's not like a super duper hot press release, but it's a good press release. I like it. I like the fact that it's a low float stock. It's 3 million in float. It's the lowest float stock that we have so far that has good volume. I mean, just in the last 30 minutes, we've traded 5.7 million shares. 5.7 million shares. On average, you trade 400,000. So I'm really liking what we have here on EVOK. I'm really liking that volume. I really like that low float. I like the press release. I like how it ripped on up, and it didn't just dump on back down. It's consolidating. Right now, this is my number one stock. Until this stock just dumps, I'm focused on EVOK. If this stock starts dumping and there's just no opportunity whatsoever, then I'll shift my focus somewhere else. But if this stock is moving, if this stock is active, this is where 80 to 90% of my focus goes. I'm not going to be looking at 5 different stocks. I'm going to be looking at 1 or 2 stocks at most. I'm really liking EVOK, guys. So again, low float stock. I love it. Great volume. I love it. Currently up 75% off a great press release. I love it. We have support right now back down around 320. Why 320? Prior resistance at 320. Prior resistance at 320. Prior resistance on the daily chart around 320. Prior support. After that huge gap up, it was a low. So 320 is a pretty strong level of support here on EVOK. Where's resistance? Well, resistance is going to be pre-market highs of 403. All right, so we have support at 320. Top resistance at this point in time, 403. And we want to see it break, obviously, over $4, 403, to get that next leg up. Where could we see the next leg take us? We could see it all the way to that spiking high from back in February of 2021. So literally last February, that spiking high was right around 477. That's an extreme. There was a high volume day as well. So you would have some room to 477, and then you would have some room up towards around $5. Now, if this stock ever breaks $5 today, we could see it all the way up to $6.03. That's another reason I like this. Support, very nice support, is right here at 320. If we break $4, we got about 70 to $1 out of it. 70 cents to $1 to the upside out of this stock. And we know that we can make that move relatively quickly because it's a low float stock. And if we ever see the stock breaking over 5, we know it has room all the way to $6. So I'm really liking what we have here over on EVOK. And that is my reasoning for making it my number one stock out of the gate. This stock right now at this point in time, unless it dumps, right? And unless it dumps on off and just fades, I'm putting all of my focus on the stock, guys, just so you know. All my focus is on the stock, getting to know the stock, how's it moving, finding those opportunities, making it happen. The second this stock starts dumping, fading, and falling, and there's just no opportunity, that's when you look at some of these other stocks that may have some opportunity, okay? So that's going to be more of a back burner on CELZ. BOXD is more of a back burner. If we have some time, we'll talk about these back burners. CMRA is more of a back burner as well. But DAWN is not a back burner. DAWN is actually a stock that I think could see some nice action today. And here's why, right? We had this massive gap up here from Monday to Tuesday, right? We didn't just dump on off, but we didn't rip on up. We kind of sat sideways here on Monday. Again, we had an offering yesterday. And so I was very surprised that the stock still ripped on up, even with that $20 million or $125 million offering here on DAWN. But the press release that it had here on Monday was really good. And then we see a lot of analysts stepping in, raising price targets on this stock. So I'm really looking at the big picture. Okay, why did the stock gap up here on Monday? Like, what was the reason? So what they had here was they achieved positive results for their glaucoma drug. positive results, and the results were so positive that they're expanding development. And the reason that they issued that offering is to actually fund the expansion of development, because that's how positive those results were. So that press release is great. So I'm not really fazed by the offering. The offering's a good offering. It's not some crap penny stock. Well, I mean, it's a penny stock, but it's not some penny stock that drops a press release and just issues an offering without really breaking down what the offering is going to be used for, right? They're actually stating that that offering is going to be used for expanding their development. And that's something they talked about on Monday, that they were so positive, they will expand development because those results were so positive. So then we see that offering, and it doesn't just dump on off. We still see some strength here. We still see some interest in the stock. So I still like it for those reasons. Another reason I like the stock is 30% of the float is currently short. So 30% of this float is currently short. When do short squeezes typically occur? Between 20 and 30% short float percentage. We're sitting at 31% right now on DAWN. Number two. Number three, where are we above? Right? Where are we above right now at this point in time? We're above that 200 SMA. Right? We're above the 200 SMA of $16. So overall, this looks strong. From the press release on Monday to the stock not dumping off that offering, and the offering actually being utilized for the expansion of development after just having great positive initial results. Now the stock's breaking above the 200 SMA, which is a key level to break above, and there's 30% short. This stock could squeeze, this stock can move. That's why I want to keep the stock on watch. Most traders will look at the chart and say, you know what, I don't like it, it's not doing anything. But let's take a step back. Right, let's look at that press release on Monday. What happened yesterday? Where are we at from a technical perspective? I'm really liking this. I'm really liking this on DAWN. So I want to keep this stock on high watch. And if I'm not mistaken, DAWN is also an easy to borrow stock on mainstream brokers. So that's another reason I want to keep this on watch, not to short it, but to go long. If there's a lot of inexperienced traders moving in to the short side, we're already above the 200 SMA. Price targets being raised. Yeah, they had an offering, but that's going to be for expanding their development after they drop that amazing press release. I mean, again, I know I repeated myself 3 times, but I really want you to understand why I'm dissecting the stock, why I'm breaking this down, why it's on my watch list. I want it to make sense, and I want to really explain every single reason as to why I want to keep the stock on watch. So hopefully that makes sense, and that's why DAWN is my number 2 stock to be watching, is my number 2 stock for today. And those are my top 2 stocks at this point in time. All right, team? EVOK is number 1. Number 2 is DAWN. I know there's not a lot of volume, but that's my number 2 for those reasons that we just talked about. Now, we're starting to see some other stocks creep on up on the leaderboard at this point in time. So we are seeing a lot of stocks creep on up here, guys. And if the volume's low, let me readjust it real quick and make sure that you guys are good to go with the volume. KTRA. KTRA is starting to get some action. Why? Well, they were just granted FDA Fast Track designation from the FDA. So we do have FDA Fast Track designation here on KTRA. All right, so we got KTRA. We know why it's moving on up. 2.1 million shares traded, 56 million in float. There's definitely some potential here. We'll come back and look at it. SIDU. All right, what's going on with SIDU? SIDU is a teammate of NASA's $3.5 billion exploration service contracts. Now we have some news here right at 9 o'clock on SIDU. The stock is creeping on up as well with some volume. It's a nice low float stock. So now we see that there's a lot of 8:30 press releases and a lot of 9 o'clock press releases. And it's clear to me that the volume is kind of scattered for the most part. Right, we can really see that EVOK has about 70 to 80% of the attention. But the other 30%, the other 20% of the volume and the focus, it's kind of scattered. It's scattered on over with BOXD. It's scattered on CMRA, maybe CELZ, right? You got some traders on REV, maybe some traders looking at SYM, traders looking at AUVI, KTRA. You got a few stragglers over there, SIDU. You have a few stragglers over there. Right? ACAD. You got a few stragglers over on ACAD. You kind of see what I mean with eliminating the noise, right? Right now, I literally just listed off like 10 to 15 stocks. 10 to 15 stocks that are gapping up. 10 to 15 stocks that have volume, 10 to 15 stocks that have potential. But what is our job in the morning? Our job is to eliminate that noise. Our job is to really find 1 or 2, maybe 3 stocks that we believe have the best potential. And how do I do that? Well, it really breaks down and really comes down to what's the volume? How low is that float? How good is that press release? How nice does that chart look? Right? And based on how that chart looks, I can see, is there 70, 80% of the focus and the activity on that one stock right now? So out of those 10 to 15 stocks, they all have volume. Most of them have news. They all have potential to move today. So do we really want to watch 10 to 15 stocks? No, we can't. We need to watch 2 or 3 at most. And again, what are we looking for? Which stocks have the lowest floats? Because those stocks can rip and run. I want to find low float stocks that can move. I want to find stocks that are trading very high volume compared to the average. I want to find stocks that have killer press releases. I want to find stocks and focus on stocks that have great looking charts, good looking technicals. I mean, I'm a technical analyst. I trade the chart. I want a good looking chart. So based on that criteria that I utilize to eliminate the noise, to clean up my watch list, I've been able to identify 2 stocks right now that I'm very confident in that I want to watch. I got 2 stocks. EVOK. We broke it down with great explanation as to why I want to watch EVOK. And same thing with DAWN and why I would like to be watching DAWN today. Now, could we see BOXD start ripping and running? Absolutely. Could we see CMRA start ripping and running? Absolutely. We could see the same thing with CELZ, with REV, with SYM, with AUVI. We could see that. But what 2 stocks have the best looking charts? Which 2 stocks have the lowest floats? Which 2 stocks have great volume? Which 2 stocks show the best potential? Based on facts, based on reasons. Well, we know that EVOK meets all that criteria. Volume, news, float. Volume, news, float. The chart looks great. EVOK it's got 80 to 90% of my attention, and I can clearly see that 80 to 90% of the attention in the market still remains with EVOK. And then I explained DAWN why I like this stock, right? It doesn't really have anything to do with the float. It doesn't have anything to do with the current volume because they're not any volume. It has to do with the amount of shorts in the stock. It has to do with that great press release. It has to do with where we're currently at above that 200 SMA. That's what it comes down to, and that's why I like DAWN. So right now, team, out of the gate, I will be watching EVOK as my number 1 stock. Then I will be watching DAWN off to the side, and I do think that DAWN could have a decent little day here. If not, it's okay, because guess what? If we see something else ripping and running, what can we do? We can shift our focus to that stock out of the gate. If EVOK starts dumping and we start to see REV ripping, we're going to see that on our scanners. We'll simply shift our attention to that stock. We'll get prepared. We'll make it happen. But out of the gate, it's definitely EVOK. Okay. Darren Griffith, good morning. Can't seem to figure out audio on YouTube. I am a little confused on what you mean there. Audio. Volume is low. What happened? Good morning. Can't seem to figure out the audio. We are all good. Audio is coming in nice and loud and clear. So if you guys know any issues whatsoever, go ahead and just refresh. Refresh your browser. Maybe that helps. Okay? All right. So let's talk about the SPY and the Qs, guys. All right, so you guys know exactly how I'm approaching penny stocks today. How I'm approaching penny stocks, my top stocks, and why, and then kind of my game plan out of the gate. Right? Sit back. I have 2 stocks that I'm looking at. If those stocks aren't doing anything, I'll look and see where the next best opportunity is. And we'll identify that opportunity, and we will make it happen. Again, there's about 10 to 15 stocks that could rip and run, but I think I found the one, and I like EVOK. That's why I'm watching EVOK. Okay, so let's talk about the SPY and the Qs. What do we have going on today, traders? What do we have going on today in the market? Well, we have our FOMC meeting concluding at 2 o'clock. Right around 2 to 2:30, Mr. Powell, Uncle Powell, will be jumping on the mic, getting drilled with questions. Okay? So, what have we seen? Let's just think about this year. every Wednesday, right? When we have those Wednesdays and there's a Fed meeting and there's that Fed meeting that concludes at 2 to 2:30. How do the markets react? How do the markets react? Think about last month. Think about the month before. Think about March, right? Think about the last 3 to 4 months. Every time we have our Fed meeting, the conclusion of the FOMC meeting, what do the markets do from 9:30 until about 2 o'clock? 90% of the time, what do the markets do, traders? Chop. Sideways. Kind of unpredictable, challenging, hard to trade, messy, choppity, 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 chop. We already know what the markets are going to do. We already know what to expect. So with that being said, if it's 9:45, 10 o'clock, and you're like, man, it's just not working, there's too much chop, you already know there's going to be chop. You already know it may be best to sit back on your hands because there's probably going to be some chop leading up to that meeting. Okay, so expect challenge, expect chop, expect sideways. If we see some opportunity, let's hit it on the head. Let's make it happen. Let's lock in some profits. But if it's challenging and choppy, you already know it's probably going to be challenging and choppy. You may have to wait until the end of the day to actually find that killer trade. Now, let's talk about what the Fed is really going to be talking about. I think everybody here is on the same page. We know exactly what we're looking for today. What we're looking for is, what is the Fed going to do with interest rates? Okay, we've seen 50 basis point rate hikes over the last 2 months or 3 months? I think it's been 2 months. We had 25 basis points, then we started to see 50 basis points. Last month, there was a little bit of fear that the Fed may go 75. They didn't go 75. They kept it at the 50. We had CPI data on Friday. How was that CPI data? We had PPI data yesterday. How was that PPI data? What's the Fed been murmuring? What's the Fed been talking about? We have our yield curve inverting. We have, them, quantitative tightening, trying to burn cash and sell bonds and sell notes and sell this and sell mortgage-backed securities. And they're trying to shrink that balance sheet, trying to burn some of that cash. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. But what's the biggest thing that we're looking for today with that Fed meeting? We're really looking for, what's the Fed going to do with interest rates? Right? That's really what investors and traders are really looking for. What's the Fed going to do? The market's been pricing in 75 basis points. As of last Friday, we started to hear the rumor that the Fed may do 75. On Monday, same thing. The Fed may do 75 basis points. On Tuesday, same thing. The Fed probably at 75 basis points. So the market has been actively pricing everything in. Okay. And then in one moment, we'll make an adjustment to that audio before we start our day. But again, team, that's what the market's priced in. The market's already priced in the bad CPI data. The market's already priced in PPI from yesterday. The market's already priced in the idea that the Fed could come out at a 75 basis point rate hike. The market's actively pricing all of this news and all this data in. So for those traders that are like, yo, if it's 75, it's higher than last month, the market's going to dump. Well, the market's already priced that in. If anything, the markets would probably just slowly chop even more. Maybe a little bit of an upward chop, maybe a downward chop. Not a lot of volatility, but probably just a neutral reaction because the market's already really priced that in. But let's say the Fed comes out, team. Let's say the Fed comes out and says, you know what? We can't go 50 basis points. We talked about 75. We got to go higher. We got to go 100 basis points. We have to do that. We really got to battle this inflation. What's the market going to do? Go ahead and answer that question right now. If the Fed comes out today and says, you know what? We've got to do 100 basis points. We have to. We got to battle this inflation. What do you think the market is going to do from just a logical standpoint? What just logically makes sense based on what we know over the last few months with how the Fed comes out and their discussions and how it impacts the market? It'll go lower. It'll drop. The weakness will continue. It'll dump. It'll tank. Right. Why is that? Why would the market drop? Why? What's the reason? Right? You guys know what direction it's going to go. That's fantastic. But what's the reason that it would most likely, again, it's not 100%, but we can say with 80 to 90% confidence. Again, what's the reason it would drop? Fear. They've only priced in the 75 basis points. We're expecting 75. It's higher than what we're expecting based on, what everybody's been discussing. Exactly. The market's going to price that in. Now it could be a quick drop and then it could rally, right? We could see that. It could be a quick drop and then just continue to fade. It may not even drop. The market's going to do what the market wants to do, but our job is to understand what's going on, what's going to be discussed, and how that impacts the market. Put the odds in our favor. So what we're doing right now is we're stacking odds in our favor. You're never 100%, but it's better to have 80% odds than 50-50 odds. Would you guys agree? 100%. So we understand what's going on around 230. We understand the importance. We understand exactly what's going to move the market and potentially what direction with odds in our favor. I will be streaming during the talk, yes. So 75 basis points, it's safe to say the markets would be more neutral, a neutral reaction, okay? Anything higher than 75 basis points, 100 basis points, 125 basis points, I doubt it, but you never know. Watch for the markets to potentially drop. Again, we're stacking odds in our favor. That makes sense. That just makes logical sense that the markets would drop and price that in. How long they drop, I don't know. How far they go, we don't know. But we know that it just makes sense that if the Fed comes out and says, 100 basis points, and we've priced in 75, that the markets do decline. Now, what if the Fed comes out and says, you know what? We were talking about 75 basis points. We should be doing 100 basis points, but we do not want to crash the stock market. We're going to go 50 basis points, and hopefully we get some of the supply stuff figured out. What's going to happen with the market? The market's going to be like, oh my goodness. Now, that's something right there. Thanks, Mr. Powell. Appreciate you. The markets are going to rally. Now, is that the bottom? I'm not saying it's the bottom. It's probably a little bit of a short-term relief rally, right? Nice little bounce on up, right? So, again, we're really focused on today. Today's going to move the market today. Whatever the Fed says today will move the market today. Leading up to that meeting, most likely choppy, most likely challenging. After 230, maybe we have some great opportunities to lock in some great profits. We will be here this afternoon. But also, what happens today is really going to set the tone for the next 2-3 weeks in the market. Again, once we close this quarter out, we'll understand what GDP looks like. Are we going to actually hear the term recession? Is it official? I would have to say that we already feel like we're in a recession right now the way it is. I know it's not official, but I can sit here and say that, yeah, it feels like it, doesn't it? It feels like you're in a little bit of a recession. Gas prices sticking really high. I mean, come on, to fill up a car for $100 sucks, right? I'm feeling it. And myself 5 years ago, where I was at 5 years ago in life, I would really been feeling it, right? So I'm feeling it. The food, the cost of food, I'm feeling it. Everybody's feeling it. I know the term recession is not out there yet being used, but let's be honest, we feel it. Inflation's out of control. And even Elon Musk said this. Like, I would have to say that we're most likely in a recession right now. We're starting to enter that recession. I know the term's not out there. I know it's not official, but you can definitely feel it. You can definitely see it. So again, you got to be smart, guys. You got to be smart. So that's really going to dictate where the markets go today. And that's really going to dictate where the markets are going over the next few weeks. And that's going to dictate what my thesis is. And if I still think the markets could stabilize over the summer months and then rally and rebound towards the end of the year. Okay? So here are your levels on the S&P. Here are your levels to pay attention to. Resistance. Here are your 3 levels of resistance. 377.87. So you have 377.87. Over that, your next level of resistance is 379.90. 379.90. Over that, your next level of resistance would be 381.79. So you guys have your levels of resistance right now at this point in time. And these are going to be your key levels of resistance, not these little teeny levels. These are going to be your key levels of resistance. Where is support at? Support back down at 375, number 1, 375 psychological level of support. Then you're looking to be back down around 373.37. And then below 373.37, you could see it all the way back down at 370.59, which is yesterday's low of day. Now, where are these levels being derived from? I'm sure you guys are asking, all right, Josh, you just listed off all these random levels. Where do they come from? Really quickly, they are prior day highs, lows, opens, and closes, right? So you got what is that? Jesus. Monday's high, you got Monday's open, you got Monday's low. You got yesterday's high, you got yesterday's low. So I'm looking at the prior day high, low, open, close, as that's really the range. Those are really the levels that we're going to be basing our trades off of, that we're going to be playing, okay? And these are just the best levels for right now. These are the key levels for right now. So if you are asking, okay, Josh, I understand that 381.79 is going to be resistance off Monday's spiking high. I know that's a resistance. But what if the Fed comes out and says 50 basis points and the markets just explode to the upside? How high is it going? Well, just go ahead and look left. That's all you have to do. Look left. You see that lower shadow at 385, right? That lower shadow, that low of day. Well, that's going to be resistance. Look left. You see that 387.04 level, right? You see those two lower shadows? That would be a level of resistance. Look left, right? All you have to do is look left at prior day lows, closes, highs, and lows, right? All you have to do is just look at these prior days, look left to get an idea of where the markets could be going next if we do break over, say, that high from Monday. So again, if you are wondering, Josh, what if the markets do rip today because the Fed says 50 basis points? If you break over that 381.79, looking at the chart, you have room all the way up to 385 here on the SPY. And the same thing applies with the Qs. I'm getting these levels the same exact ways I got them from the SPY. So your levels on the Qs, right? You got 379.77 resistance. I'm sorry, 279.77 resistance. 279.77 resistance. Breaking over that level, your next level of resistance is 282.29. And right now, you will find some support. It's light support right around this 278.63. Okay. If you start cracking below that 278.63, your next best level of support is all the way back down here at this 275 level, right around 274.50 to 275. Now, out of the gate, if we come here and bounce, I'm taking it long, nothing. Right? I expect the market to be choppy. I really do expect it to be choppy and unpredictable and hard to trade. I don't have a plan to trade this out of the gate. Typically, I have a plan. If we break this, I'm going long. If we crack this, I'm going short. I do not have a plan right now for the SPY and the Qs because I don't really think that's where the best opportunity is, right at 9:30, right at 9:45. I think it's going to be more choppy than anything, and I'm already saying to myself, I probably won't be trading the SPY and the Qs until after 2:30. So I don't have a plan in place. A lot of my focus remains with these penny stocks. So again, number one that I'll be watching, EVOK, right? This is my number one stock out of the gate to be watching. EVOK, 320 support, $4 top resistance, breaking over 4. We have room to 477 and then $5. Number two, DAWN. As long as DAWN stays over $16 today, I believe we could potentially see $20 maybe today or sometime this week. All right, traders. Let me go ahead and do this. Let me go ahead and adjust that audio real quick and see why it's only coming out of your one speaker. So give me 1 second. Let's see what's going on here. Come in. All right, let me know real quick. I am going to go ahead and adjust the settings here. So right now we are connected to this. Let's go ahead and click that. Click properties. We do want to go to listen, playback, continue, levels. We got our levels, balance, advanced, 2-channel 24-bit. So we want to go to 1-channel 24-bit, I think. So let me go ahead and just apply that setting real quick. test. All right, we are back. I went ahead and adjusted that from a 2-channel to a 1-channel. Okay, so test. We are back. Are we coming out of 2 speakers now, or are we coming out of 1 speaker? Better? Fantastic. Okay, as long as that's better. So we just needed to change that on over as far as how it's pulling it and pushing it out to you. So, better, perfect, great. 2 speakers. Hey, we're good. Now, hopefully, it just stays that way. But now I know how to go in there and just change it very quickly. So we're all set. Fantastic, guys. Thank you so much. All right, so it's 9:26 in the market. EVOK, number 1 stock I'm watching. Number 2, I like DAWN. I know some of you guys are watching SIDU, right? I know some of you guys are watching SIDU, and I've seen a lot of messages about SIDU. So let's do this. Let's make SIDU number 3 out of the gate. Let's just make it number 3 out of the gate. Other than that, guys, we're going to sit back and watch those 3 stocks. SIDU, we'll watch EVOK, we'll watch DAWN. Other than that, everything else is on the back burner. BOXD is a back burner at this point in time. KTRA is a back burner at this point in time. ASTL is a back burner at this point in time. ONCR, back burner at this point in time. Okay, so what we're doing right at 9:30. SIDU, we're watching it. EVOK, we're watching it. These stocks we're looking at for possible trades and possible opportunities. If these 2 stocks dump and we start to see REV ripping, then we'll shift our attention to REV. But right now, it's clear that these 2 stocks have the best potential. SIDU, EVOK, and I still like DAWN. I really do. So we are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. Again, I don't have a plan out of the gate with the SPY and the Qs, and you guys know the reason why I don't have a plan on the SPY and the Qs, because I honestly think it's going to be choppy. I don't think it's worth our time right at 9:30, 9:45, 10 o'clock. I think the best trades are going to be with these pennies. And then I think towards the end of the day, the best opportunity will be with the SPY and the Qs. So to start our day, small cap penny stocks. To end our day, most likely SPY and the Qs. Good morning over in free chat. What's up? How we doing? And if you guys at any point in time hear clipping, like the mic clips, like it cuts off and you can't hear anything, like it clips, if you hear like the just that I can't find the word I'm looking for, just choppy, not good quality, like it clips, just let me know and I'll readjust my gain and stuff like that. All right, so we are all set. Josh, when I'm trading shares, what time frame is best to trade off of? 135. All of them. Multi time frame analysis. Don't just stick to 1 minute. Don't stick to a 5 minute. Don't stick to a 15. Use all of them. Right? We call that multi time frame TA. Right? Utilize all of your time frames and use them to your advantage. So I would highly recommend you use all time frames, not just 1 time frame. So support back down at 189 on SIDU. Resistance right here at high a day. So support is all the way back down at 189. You have some light support here, right around 243. You have resistance between 285 and then $3. Now, if we ever start breaking $3, team, we can see this rip all the way to 4 and then 448. So again, we have 20 seconds to go. What stocks am I looking at? Number 1, SIDU. Number 2, EVOK. Number 3, DAWN. And if anything changes, we'll know, right? We'll be looking at our scanners. We'll be seeing where that good opportunity is. But right now, SIDU, EVOK, the market's open in 3, 2, and 1. And our day is now official. Woo. Steve, it usually clips on the woo. Well, you haven't heard the woo with the new microphone yet. So you will hear the woo today with the new microphone, and it doesn't clip. Woo! Woo! If it clips, then I'm full of it. So let's have some fun, team. Let's make it happen. Let's get our day going, and let's lock in some profits. Full disclosure, I am down on the day. 209. I took CMRA this morning, didn't get any volume, didn't get any hype. I went ahead and closed it out for a $200 loss. So I am currently down $200 on the day. But hey, guess what? That's a tiny little loss. That's a good loss. I will recover from that loss. And we will make some money today, guys. Obviously, it starts with the best of the best trades. That's what it starts with. Identifying the best of the best trades, and that money will follow. So again, I still see support here on EVOK back down around that 320-ish level. SIDU, if we start breaking $3, this thing has room all the way to 4. So right now, breaking and staying above $3 here on SIDU, this thing could really start taking on off. And the next main level of resistance would be at like 395. Now, yeah, you're going to have some resistance at 325. You're going to see a little bit of resistance here at like 366. But the big main key level of resistance is all the way up around that 395 to $4 level. Let me go ahead and get my other broker open up real quick. It was having some issues this morning, so I just kind of stopped trying because I was having so many issues with it. But let's see if we can get that loaded on up. Right now, watching DAWN above that $16 level. We have SIDU now breaking above 3. So right now, guys, number one stock at this point in time, SIDU. It has all of my focus, all of my attention. SIDU is the number one stock to be focused on right now at this point in time. So maybe get a nice little dip buy on this stock back down at 284. SIDU is the number one stock. 100%. It is absolutely the number one stock. I want to see this pull back towards around 284. It's going, though. But again, the stock literally just went from 270 to 320. It just ran up 50 cents without pulling back. What's our rule? When a stock moves up more than 50 cents, we actually say 25 cents, but when a stock is up more than 25 to 50 cents to the upside, what do we not do? We don't touch it. We don't chase it. Because if you're buying a stock after it's ripped 50 cents, you are chasing the stock, right? You are chasing it. We are not buying stocks after they've ripped already 50 cents to the upside. And right now we're up 50 cents to the upside. REV's got a small little push to the upside from around 202 to 219. So a little bit of a 15 cent-ish pop to the upside there. Over on REV. Resistance on REV, 250. So resistance on REV is up around 250. Support right now, right at $2. Still, SIDU has all of the focus. I really like EVOK here, guys. I really like EVOK here. You got 320 support. Got this downtrend we're looking to break as well. Right now, I'm watching 2 stocks only. 2 stocks, EVOK, SIDU at this point in time. These 2 stocks have the best potential. All right, after about 20 minutes, Fidelity's loaded. So anybody else inside the chat use Fidelity that's having issues with it getting loaded today, or is that just me? Because it's really slow, like really slow. I just want to make sure before I actually utilize it, if it's really that slow, like across the board, or if it's just a me thing. But okay, Cool. Maybe I just need maybe it needs an update. But it's spinning. Just spinning. All right, so we're good. So right now, EVOK is my #1 stock to be watching time. Time. #1 stock at this point in time, above 320 is EVOK. I'm going to locate some shares really quickly. I'm going to locate some shares. If we start cracking 320, maybe we got a nice little short. We could see this dump on off to like 3. And then we could see this dump on off towards around like 220 on EVOK. If it's not going to rip and run, if it's not going to push out of the gate, let's see if we can locate some shares here on EVOK for a possible short. Yeah, the whole platform is freezing. So I'm just going to shut it down. I'm going to deactivate it, like uninstall it, and then I'll reinstall it. But the whole platform is very slow. So again, we want to see DAWN above 16. And we want to see it holding above 16. SIDU support still back down at 284. I'm personally watching EVOK at this point in time. Again, right now, EVOK is #1 for me. SIDU, #2. SIDU, if we get a nice healthy pullback to like 284, that'd be a great little entry for that leg back up to 320. And EVOK is shortable. I do have shares to short here on EVOK. So if we ever do see this crack and start to move on down, I am absolutely willing to short EVOK. I do see room down to 3. And then I do see this thing having potential to fall back down towards around like 220 to 230. So if we ever get that short opportunity here on EVOK, I am more than happy to short that stock. I'm more than willing to short that stock. So right now we're waiting for SIDU to pull on back here towards around this 284. EVOK, I'm going to jump into EVOK here. And if we start cracking 320, I'll flip short. But right now we're bouncing off that 320. Nice little double bottom off 320, EVOK. Nice little double bottom. We could start to break this downtrend coming on up. So I'm going to start a little trade here, and if we don't work out and we start cracking, I'll flip short. So I may be looking to get long here on EVOK. You'll see my P&L up here on the top right left-hand corner of your screen. So if I do jump into a trade, you guys will see that right up at the top. You can see I'm down 209.02 right now at this point in time. But I am watching EVOK here above 320, because if we do continue to bounce, we have potential to break that downtrend, break that VWAP, and run back up to 4. And I do have shares located to short, so if we start cracking 320, I can short the stock. So that's what I'm planning on here, guys. That's what I'm looking at here on EVOK. If we start cracking 320, I'm looking for a short. All right, if we bounce off this level and we start looking like we're going to break the downtrend and break that VWAP, I'm playing this long up to $4. Okay, so right now, these are the top 2 stocks that have my focus, guys. I know there may be a billion other stocks moving right now, but what stock has the best potential? What stock has the best potential? What stock has all of the focus, all of the volume, all of the attention? Well, right now we can see that there's a lot of focus with SIDU. And right now there's still some good potential with EVOK. So right now, EVOK, I'm going to pull the trigger to the short side here. I'm looking to see if we start cracking on down. I want to see if we can start cracking on down here on EVOK. So let's see if we can start cracking on down here a little bit. I do have a short at 321. I'm going to keep it nice and tight because if it doesn't start cracking and dropping, I don't want to be in this. If it doesn't start cracking and dropping, I don't want to be in it. So right now, if we don't crack below that 320, and this is that bounce, I'm going to go ahead and just start getting out. So again, I was willing to take it. It looked like it wanted to crack, and then right when I pulled that trigger to the short side, whoop, nice little push. So it looks like we're more or less going to bounce here. So I'm going to start getting out of that short. I don't like it. And right now that I'm out of that short, we see some nice action. I'm thinking about flipping long on this for that break on out. Yeah, let's flip long on that. I think there's some good potential here on EVOK for sure. So I'll put my stops underneath this low here. I was thinking it was going to crack right here. Had a lot of lower highs. So that was my trade. Lower highs, right? These lower highs coming into support, and we weren't really seeing that reaction. We weren't really seeing that bounce at that point in time, were we? Wasn't really doing anything. I was looking for that nice big red candle down the $3. Well, the second I pulled the trigger short, it popped on up there. It just whoop, straight up. So I said, you know what? That's a nice little bounce. I definitely don't think it's a short now. I don't want to be shorting this. That was that bounce that I wasn't expecting, but that's the bounce that I like to see this thing actually rebound. I'll flip long on it. We'll be long above 320, looking for the break of the downtrend, looking for the break of that VWAP. So I'll put some stops below 320 here. They're on EVOK. EVOK. I'll put my stops below low a day. What we're looking for is this stock to go ahead and bounce off that double bottom, break that VWAP, and break that downtrend right around 350. How's SIDU looking? I see you guys talking about RDBX. So RDBX is moving on up here just a little bit at this point in time. But don't get too excited just yet because you got a lot of resistance at 1126. And we know how RDBX can be. After a couple massive days to the downside, we get a green day. Everybody's like, oh, it's going to squeeze again. It very well could squeeze. But let's make sure that we're going to be able to clear these levels of resistance first. You have 1126 resistance that we must clear before we can start seeing this up towards around 1283. So be very, very smart here, guys. Be smart. Wow. Okay. Well, that's unfortunate. So I take the short on EVOK because I'm like, you know, it looks like it wants to crack 320. And then it pops on up. I'm like, you know what? It's not the short. It's definitely going to be the bounce for the break. Nasty rug pull there, guys. It literally just went from 340 down to $3 in like 2 seconds. So I'm currently down like $400 on the trade. I'm like, you got to love it. You got to love penny stocks. You got to love penny stocks sometimes. Nice little rug pull there below 320. So we'll chalk it up as a loss. We'll bounce back. We'll make it happen, but you got to love it. Good old penny stocks and the rug pulls. Where are we at right now? 310. Yeah, I'm going to have to start getting out of that. So again, RDBX has that resistance at 1126, guys. 1126. Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with penny stocks. 100%. I got a love-hate relationship with pennies. I used to love them. And I still like them. But the one thing that I don't like about pennies is how many rug pulls you get, right? How many rug pulls you get now. We don't see the consistency the way we used to see it, which makes it a little bit more challenging. And that's why every now and then I try and trade the opposite side, right? I trade the opposite side. I'm like, all right, looks like a good long setup. So let me go short because it's probably going to rug pull. All right, this looks like a great short. Let me go long because typically the great short starts squeezing. It's just very inconsistent, but I'll take the loss. I own the loss, right? I'll own that. That was the risk I was willing to take to be in that trade on EVOK, right? I cannot prevent risk. I can mitigate it. So I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to own that loss, and I'm going to bounce back from that loss, 100%. So right now I'm down 826. So we have RDBX needs to break 1126. SIDU starting to get you a little bit of this double top, looking like it wants to start rolling on over. So we'll keep SIDU on watch here. I definitely don't see a trade right now. EVOK, I got out, right? I thought we were going to see this, come on down right here. So that's why I was shorting it. Right back up, double bottom. Like, all right, well, it's a double bottom. I was wrong on the short. I was wrong. It's going to push here. We have that volume moving in. Here we go. This low float stock with fantastic news. Let's go. Looking to break this downtrend. Double bottom off support, breaking the VWAP. I'm like, I was wrong on the short. It's a long. So what did I do? I got out of that short position. I flipped long real quick just to see that third candle dump right on down and get pretty close to that short target. So, yeah, love hate with EVOK, but it's all good. I'll make it back like I always do. Absolutely. I'm okay with taking losses in the market. Some traders look at it, they're like, oh man, you just took a big loss. Oh my gosh, what are you going to do? I'm going to keep trading. I'm going to keep trading the best opportunities. I'm going to keep trading what I see. And I know that at the end of the day, at the end of the week, at the end of the month, I know if I just stay consistent, and I don't pick and choose what I trade and don't pick and choose my setups that I know that are great setups, I know that I'll come out on top. I can't tell you how many times I've started my day red just to end the day above my goal. Right? I don't like starting the day red. This is the first time I'm starting my day red down $800 in the last week and a half, but it's okay. We're going to take losses as traders. What matters is what you finish your day with, how you finish your day. Right? It's not how you start your day, it's how you finish your day. I'm going to finish my day green, baby. Let's go. So right now, team, just kind of looking at EVOK still at this point in time. Not too much happening. RDBX, we need to break that 1126, right? We just got to break 1126 here on RDBX. That's when I start getting interested, but that's a good amount of resistance. SIDU has some support at 290. So we have some support right here around 290 on SIDU. And if we break highs here, your next main level of resistance is 395. And that's really where we're at right now, team. So let's just go ahead and focus on SIDU right now at this point in time. SIDU is the #1 stock to watch. Crypto Cole locking in $41 on that small account. Way to make it happen, boss. Good job. Good work. Way to come in and way to make it happen. So right now, I'm not a high day breakout trader, but if you guys like trading high day breakouts, you do have this break over 325 that could absolutely push SIDU up towards around that not $4 yet. Yeah, $3.95. $3.95. But you got a little bit of this head and shoulders formation. You got your left shoulder, a little bit of this head, right shoulder. You're definitely losing that momentum. You could start to see a crack of this trend line. Again, just kind of stating what we have here. We do start to see a loss of that momentum. We are losing a little bit of that momentum. You see a little bit of a head and shoulders formation. If you start cracking that VWAP and you start cracking this uptrend, you could absolutely see this thing back down around 266 and then 243. Right now, I don't really see anything. I'm not going long. I'm not going short. I'm just kind of watching SIDU, just watching it. RDBX, I'm not long or short. I'm just looking to see what it's going to do at this 1126 level of resistance and see if it can break out. See if it can break and start ripping on up here. But right now, I don't see anything that I want to be jumping on in at this point in time. Yeah, absolutely. JDOS, AERC, good eye. AERC with that possible mid-candle breakout. Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday's close was right at 1370. So that's the first level that you need to be breaking above is 1370 for a great mid-candle breakout. AERC is meeting that criteria to be a really nice mid-candle breakout here. I think this has some great potential. We could absolutely see it up to around 15 bucks and then 1573 on AERC. As long as we hold 1370 now, we do look pretty good to the upside. I like it, JDOS. I like it a lot. I'm kind of tempted to pull the trigger here. I mean, obviously 1370 is a better entry. Most definitely. I can't do it. I can't get myself to pull the trigger. I like it. It has room to 15 and then 1573. But I just feel like I noticed it too late. If I would have noticed it right here, I would have been definitely getting in at that 1370 retest. Right here at like 1380. I just kind of feel like I'm a little too late now. Do I think it's going to break and go? Absolutely. But I just can't get into it when I feel like I'm already 70 cents behind the trade. So I definitely like AERC. AERC has great potential. I'm even looking at CYN. Team, look at CYN. Maybe this nice little mid-candle breakout on CYN as well. Nice big day there on Monday. Didn't do too much yesterday. Now we're starting to break over yesterday's high of day. We did break above yesterday's high, and yesterday's high was 154. So let's watch CYN, keep it on watch above this 154 as it is starting a potential mid-candle breakout as well. I know y'all are watching RDBX, okay? RDBX here. I know you're watching this, and if you are, you want to see this break and hold above 1126. So if you can actually break and hold above 1126, I think you're good to go, and you have a lot of great room up to like 1283. All right, so there's a lot of stuff moving, but what stock do you think has the best potential? That's all you have to ask yourself, right? There's like 6, 7, 8 stocks moving right now. What stock do you like? What stock do you think has the best potential? What stock do you want to trade? What stock do you think you can make money on? Again, it all comes down to you, not what anybody else is trading, but what do you like and for what reasons? If I had to ask myself that question, which I am, I like AERC. I don't care what anything else is doing right now. If you guys have a question about a stock and you want me to break it down, I'm absolutely going to look at it for you. I'm going to get you guys prepared. But I don't care what anything else is doing. I like AERC for my reasons, and this is a trade that I'll be looking at to see if it sets up for me. 100%. CYN, I'm like 50-50 with it, but I like the potential for a possible mid-candle breakout as well. And I do see the potential with RDBX. I do see the potential with RDBX to break that 1126, start getting some nice action to the upside. That's where my focus is right now at this point in time. We're going to be those 3 stocks. Now, are there other stocks moving on up like SYM? Yes. Right? Is REV moving up? Yes. Is SIDU still looking decent? Yeah, decent. But right now at this point in time, I'm going to be watching AERC and RDBX as my top 2. I think these 2 stocks have some of the better potential right now at this point in time, and I like them, and I think this is where the money can be made. So RDBX, we are starting to break above that 1126, and we got 1150 next. Depending on what we look like here over the next couple of moments, we may have a nice little trade coming on up. It does. It does have that look to it, and I definitely want to keep this on watch. It's still very heavily shorted. This stock, everybody trades it when it moves. Everybody talks about it. We know when this stock moves, it rips. I'm putting some focus here on RDBX. Absolutely. And the other stock that I like, AERC. I think AERC even has some more potential as well. EVOK. EVOK is a sure. EVOK. You know, if EVOK doesn't break back above 320, if EVOK does not break back above 320, you can definitely see it crack 3 and start to fade and fall a little bit more. BODX calls, what you mean EVOK going up or down? Right now, if EVOK is below 320, it definitely doesn't look good. You can definitely start to see the crack of 3 and start to see this fade and fall a little bit lower. Now, if you see EVOK regaining 320, that's when you could see it up towards around that VWAP and that downtrend. Trendy, what's up, Trendy? What's up, man? How you doing? Long time no talk. We got Trendy over on YouTube. Mr. Trendy Trader, what's up, my dude? You gonna ignore me? Not ignoring you. Oh, I do see some other comments. Yep, I guess I'm ignoring you. What's up? REV, yeah, fantastic. Definitely keep posting up those alerts. Keep posting up those trades. All right, don't get me wrong. REV, nice little grind here. We have room to 250, right? $2 support with room to 250. That was one stock that we broke down this morning, was REV. As long as you're above $2, you can see it push back up towards around that 250. But I'm looking at and I'm watching RDBX. That's where my focus is, guys. RDBX and AERC. And again, for those reasons, right? Why am I looking at RDBX versus anything else right now? Well, RDBX is heavily shorted. Everybody is looking at RDBX when it moves. My grandma called me the other day and said, hey, should I buy some RDBX? Everybody says it's going to be like GameStop and AMC. So everybody is looking at the stock. When it moves, and we have great potential to the upside. I see room to 1283, 1322 to 1375. I mean, we know when this stock takes on off, it takes on off and it moves. So that's why I'm looking at RDBX as my number 1 at this point in time. And again, there's some other fantastic stocks that have some fantastic opportunity. If you see anything, bring it to my attention. Okay, you know what we have going on with AERC. Support's back down at 1370. Top resistance, 15. And then 1573. Those are your levels. 1370 support. $15 resistance. Over $15. Next level of resistance, 1573. CYN, you guys know why I'm watching CYN. Because it could be setting up for a mid-candle breakout. It's a back burner at this point in time. Okay, other than that, there's nothing else that really grabs my attention. SIDU doesn't grab it. EVOK doesn't grab it. DAWN right now doesn't grab it. CYN, nope. BODX, nope. CMRA, nope. REV, honestly, no, it doesn't. It doesn't really grab my attention. It doesn't. I mean, if I was already in this at 2, scaling out at 250, like we talked about this morning, then yes. But right now, based on what we have going on, RDBX grabs my attention. AERC grabs my attention. And that's why I'm watching these 2 stocks right now. And that's why I'm focused on these 2 stocks. So RDBX, we are breaking above that 1126, 1150 area. Now we want to see this hold 1126 to 1150, but I like AERC here, guys. I like AERC to 1573. If you see me jumping into AERC, I'm looking to scalp this through a $15 break up to 1573. I'm not in right now at this point in time, but just so you're fully aware, if we see some good price action here, I do believe we can see that quick little pop from 15 to 1573. So I am watching this, and I may be looking to scalp this for that little 70 to 80 cent push to the upside. So my finger is on the trigger. If we start to see those buyers come back in and we see that good price action, looking to break 15, I am looking to try to scalp this on up through 15 to that 1570 level. So right now, just watching AERC. We got that spread opened up really bad, guys. That spread opened up really bad. So we got 1475 on the bid, 1487 on the ask. So again, that spread opened up, and that's not really what you want to see there. I want to see that spread tighten back up. Now the spread's about 10 cents here on AERC. You got 1477 on the bid, 1487 on the ask. There's 1480 on the bid. Want to see these buyers step back on up over 1490 if we're going to get that $15 break up to 1570 on AERC. Right now, if it doesn't start breaking here, you're going to see this thing pull back. I would say back down to that 1370. That 1370 is still a nice little level to get involved. So right now, looking at AERC for that $15 break, for that nice little pop here. I think it's going to pull back now. I'm probably going to just get out. Yeah, it's going to pull back on me. Jesus, I'm having a rough day, aren't I? You know what? I'm okay with holding this. I think it's going to break up 15 and hit that 1573. So you know what? I'm okay with holding this for a little bit longer. I'm okay with managing this trade. I'm okay with taking heat because I still see the bigger picture and I still see the potential. I'm not going to let it chop me out by 20, 30 cents. I'm not going to let it chop me out by 20, 30 cents. But RDBX right now, getting some nice action, team. Breaking that 1126, getting above that 1150, holding above 1150. So again, your support level right now between 1126 and 1150. You want to see 1126 and 1150 hold on up. If you can hold on up, you have potential to 1283, and that's going to be your next target here on RDBX. If you guys are long, if you guys were getting in right through that 1126 break, and let's say you were getting in at 1150, you do have potential up to 1283. A rising wedge formation is usually going to break downwards when trading between those trend lines. That is correct. So if you ever see a rising wedge formation, those are considered bearish. Those typically crack to the downside on rising wedges. 100%. Absolutely. So right now you have a little bit of this rising channel here on RDBX. You got this just a little rising channel. You got trend line support at this point in time. And you have top trend line resistance. So you have this nice little rising channel here on RDBX. SIDU is just cracking and fading. There's nothing really happening there, guys. EVOK is back above 320. EVOK is back above 320 now. at this point in time. So there's definitely some potential still here remaining with EVOK. So this is the first attempt to break that VWAP, right? This is the first attempt to get through that VWAP. Maybe you get a quick little rejection here. Maybe a quick little rejection off this VWAP, back down to this 9 EMA. Then that's when we start to get some action. But right now, if we do start breaking this VWAP, and if we do start breaking this 355, guys, your next level of resistance here on EVOK is right at 403. So right now, support's back down at 320. Okay, right now, support is back down at $3.20 here on EVOK. $3.20 support. Okay, we are starting to break through this VWAP here. Now, if you guys are in this as we got back above that 320 level, and you guys are currently holding this, your next level of resistance between $3.85 and $4. Between $3.85 and $4 next. So that's what you have going on with EVOK at this point in time. AERC, I'm still holding this. And if you see me down quite a bit, hey, I'm okay with biting the bullet. I'm okay with letting this breathe. I'm okay with taking some heat on this. Right? I am definitely okay with that. If it even comes back down to 1370, you're going to be like, Josh, that's a big loss. I know. I'm okay with working this trade. I'm okay with working it and managing it. I still see the potential here. So I'm okay with holding this for a little bit. I'm really okay. I like the setup. I like the potential. I like what I see here. And I'm okay with holding this, even if that means taking a little bit of heat on this trade and having to work this position. So just so you guys are fully aware, I do see that big picture opportunity. And what we're looking for is this thing to get that nice little pop above 15. I like how it's consolidating below 15. And now we're just looking for some buyers to push this thing on up over 15. And we should see that nice big spike to like 1573. I was actually getting ready to say something. Because I'm like, guys, I'm gonna be completely honest with you that I'm definitely struggling today. Like the nicotine thing, I'm still struggling a little bit. I feel it pretty bad today compared to yesterday. I feel cloudy. I wasn't feeling cloudy an hour ago. Right now I'm feeling cloudy. I'm feeling the distractions. Right? I got YouTube going on. I'm trying to help out YouTubers. I got chat going on. I'm trying to help you guys out in chat. I got my own trading going on. I'm trying to make that happen. So I feel a little distracted on top of the nicotine withdrawals and that cloudiness. I was getting ready to say, guys, I'm feeling a little rough today. I'm feeling a little rough. And my P&L is expressing that. So, but that's what Steve said. Steve is like, Josh just amazes me on the way he is in trades and helps out members. We'll see if I'm good at it. We'll see if I'm really good at helping members and trading at the same time. Because if we clearly find out that I'm not good at it, then Joshy Poo over here may just go ahead and not trade again today. So there's that break over 15. Let's go. Let's see where we at right now. 1520, 1506. Fantastic. How do I want to scale out here? Do I want to scale out in 400s? Do I want to scale out? Where am I at cost basis wise? I'm at 1495. I got 1600 shares. So that's 800, 800. I'll scale out in fours. I'll scale out in 400 share increments on AERC. All right, I'll scale out in 400 share increments on AERC. Not really what I want to see. I didn't get any profits off the table. I wasn't even planning on taking those profits until we got that quick little 50-cent pop, which I thought we were going to get that nice little 50-cent pop. Right now, if it doesn't get back above 15 here, and we do close below 15 again on that high rejection candle, high volume rejection off that $15 break, I'm going to start just reducing my risk. I'm going to start reducing my risk here. I got a 14.97 cost basis. I'm going to just try and get out a little bit and reduce that risk because that was the break I was looking for, but it didn't follow through. Right? It didn't follow through and get that massive break right here. Nice follow through. We got that really clean dollar pop to the upside. Right here, no follow through. Now it looks like it wants to start pulling back. So I'm going to go ahead and reduce my risk on this. And I'm just going to start scaling out little by little. I just missed my opportunity to secure it. I just missed my opportunity as it broke 15 to go ahead and start scaling out. I just didn't pull that trigger. That's my bad. So right now, just trying to mitigate that risk if it doesn't break back above 15. That's not what I was expecting. Expecting that nice $15 break and that quick run up to 15.73. Literally in 1 or 2 candles. The second candle opening and falling right back below 15 is really not what you want to see. You want to see this just go ahead and break that 15, open on up, and start hitting those other levels of resistance. So I did reduce my risk here a little bit. I still have a position on the table that I can hold because I still see potential. But I did have a very large size that if this would have came all the way back down to 1370, I wasn't really okay with holding that all the way to 1370. Especially after seeing that candle. So I went ahead and took half off the table. 400 of those shares at break even. The other 400 shares down 20 cents. But I still left 800 shares on the table. And I'm still going to hold those 800 shares. As I do see top target today for this mid-candle breakout. Top target, 1736. So let's see what happens here. So we're good. I'm still okay with holding AERC for now, especially that I reduced my size. I have a 14.98 cost basis. If we crack below, I would say these lows here at like 14.40, I'll probably be getting out of that position. But what we're looking for next is this thing just go ahead and hold 15 bucks, right? See buyers controlling $15 here. And then we want to see this push up to that 1573 and ideally get that break over 1573. And that's going to really start to confirm this mid-candle breakout. So breaking over that 1573 level, this thing should shoot up another $1.50 to the upside into yesterday's high of day. That would be playing on out like a mid-candle breakout should play on out. Again, I'm kind of kicking myself in the butt for not pulling the trigger down there at 1370, right? Because I could have got in at 14, 14.10, 14.20. I'm like, I don't know. Then I start seeing the potential. I'm like, all right, now I'm going to go ahead and get in. Definitely should have pulled the trigger back down around that 1370. That was the absolute best entry. But right now, I still see the potential. If we can definitely see these buyers just stay above 15, get that break. We do have room to yesterday's open, which is at 1573. And then we could see that 1736. And right now on AERC, just seeing a little bit of weakness up here at 15. How's RDBX looking? If you guys are long RDBX, you may start cracking this trend line here, team. So you may start cracking that trend line right around that 1135. So just be mindful about that. That trend line that looks like you're going to start cracking there on RDBX. EVOK doesn't look bad at all. EVOK, like I said, don't be buying the break at the VWAP on the first attempt. Watch for it to get rejected. You have 320 support. So right now, team, I like this higher low. I like this U-shape. Definitely see the potential for this VWAP break for this thing to get very, very interesting to the upside. So again, nice push on up. Hit that level of resistance. That was your VWAP. Got rejected. Right back down. Held above 320 support. Really nice rebound here. Nice lower shadow, pushing this all the way back above 320. This is your higher low U-shape, right? This is going to be the second attempt to break that VWAP off of a clear higher low. So you got these lows here down at low a day, breaking back above 320, rejecting off VWAP, pulling back to 320 support, holding 320 support, getting this higher low. Definitely looking like this could be that higher low U-shape that gets that push through the VWAP here for that nice big rip and run over on EVOK. It's a very low float stock. I had great news. It's staying above 320 now at this point in time. There's definitely some potential here with EVOK, especially if we start breaking above 353, 357 on EVOK. You kind of see it. You kind of get a little bit of that cup and handle. Nice big U shape. Right back up to those highs. Right around 350. Higher low U shape. You can definitely see a little bit of that cup and handle formation. Absolutely. But what I notice is you have 320 support off these daily highs. That daily resistance at 320. What do I see? We come down. We bounce. We bounce. We bounce. Good support, good support, good support. We drop below it, right? Traders aren't really interested. It's probably going to fade and fall. Well, buyers move right back in. Get this thing back above 320, right? Right up to that VWAP. Got rejected. That's fine. Where did it pull back to? 320. What's 320? Prior daily highs, prior daily resistance. Now it's intraday support. So not only are we back above 320 here, but we may have a little bit of this inverse head and shoulders formation. You could see a little bit of a cup and handle formation as well. There's definitely a lot of potential here with EVOK. A little bit of this left shoulder, head, maybe a little bit of this right shoulder. You can kind of see that left shoulder, head, right shoulder, looking to break that neckline for that leg back up to $4. That's definitely a possibility. We can see that there. We know that 320 is a pretty good level of support coming from that daily chart. So we know 320 is a solid level of support. And if we crack back below 320, she's probably just going to dump and fade and fall all day today. But then we also see that potential cup and handle. Big cup, a little bit of a handle. You kind of see a little bit of this cup and handle breakout formation. So you see quite a few reasons that suggest, hey, EVOK could hold on up. EVOK could break on out, right? You're sitting right at 320 support. A little bit of that inverse head and shoulders. A little bit of that cup and handle formation, right? A little bit of that just breaking the VWAP off a higher low, right? After that run up back to the VWAP, building that higher low, trying to get that U shape, trying to bring in some momentum for a nice breakthrough VWAP, going from the bearish side to the bullish side, going from weakness to strength. I do like EVOK here for those reasons. That's why I'm currently long on EVOK. I still have a small position on AERC that I'll probably be cutting. And if I get stopped out of AERC, just so you guys know, if I get stopped out of AERC, it's whatever, right? Should have just trusted my gut. Should have just got in when I said I should have got in. If I get stopped out of EVOK here, I'm probably going to disconnect for 5 minutes and say, what the heck's going on, right? What's going on, Josh? What are you doing? Are you too distracted? Is your focus not really on the stock and the price action? Clearly, my focus is not on the stock and on the price action. I'm looking at 5 different chat feeds. So if I do get stopped out here, I am going to step back and I'm going to say, Josh, what are you doing right now? What's going on? What do you need to be doing different? How are you going to make that money back? We're going to make that money back. Sometimes that's all it takes is a nice little disconnect, refresh, reassess, come back. You get one great trade. Boom. Fantastic winner. So right now at this point in time, guys, if that happens, I'm not going to be upset. I'm not going to be mad. I'm going to just take it as a opportunity to say, all right, what's going on? What am I doing wrong? What can I be doing different? Like you guys know, when I started June, I told you guys I'm sacrificing my month of June, profit-wise, to get back in the rhythm of how I trade. And then there's a lot of other variables, right? The nicotine thing doesn't help. It's definitely not a helping thing, making me a little bit more foggy, feeling a little bit more distracted, not focused. That's not helping. And plus, I'm already working myself back into how I trade with the size and the type of risk, slow and steady for the month of June. And like I told you, I'm willing to sacrifice my profits for the month of June just to get back in that rhythm of things. So come July, I'm rocking and rolling. So yeah, today I'm definitely being a little bit more aggressive. I'm definitely opening up my stops a little bit more. I'm definitely trading a little bit differently with much different size. So today's a little bit different. But again, I set those expectations ahead of time. So this is not shocking. This is not like, whoa, what are you doing? You guys already knew exactly what to expect from me for the month of June. But again, if I do get stopped out here on EVOK, disappointed? Sure. Sure, I'm a little disappointed because she's been a little choppy and won't play on out. But again, I need to disconnect and reassess. That's all I'm going to do. Just disconnect and reassess. Be like, all right, what's going on? What are you doing wrong today, Josh? What should you be doing differently to see different results? Maybe I didn't have enough Celsius. That could be it. Nicotine withdrawal and pull on your emotions also. Yeah, it definitely does. Like right now, I don't know how to explain it, but like my vision is literally blurry. It's not like foggy brain, like I can't think. It's like my vision is blurry. That's the best way I can explain it. Like things seem blurry. It's hard to see things. That's what's happening right now. So yeah, it's definitely making it more challenging for me to be super focused, and be able to like triple task the way that I triple task. But we're all good. No excuses, baby. I bite the bullet. I take ownership. That's it. And now that's one thing I didn't do either. I didn't meditate today. My morning routine was all jacked. So we just we're getting through the month of June, baby. We're making it happen. We're having some fun getting through the month of June. And I'm ready to just rock and roll the last 6 months. So right now, yeah, having a pretty rough day. CMRA, I'm down 209. Right? Nice small loss. All right, that was a good loss. I take it. AERC, that was hesitation. I know that. I hesitated to get in where I said I wanted to get in, and I even said I regret it. I said I'm hesitating and I'm gonna regret it. And then it ripped. I said, you know what? It still looks good. I got in. Didn't follow through and break 15. Now it's starting to pull back. I'm taking a lot of heat on that trade. EVOK. Right, EVOK. Kind of just chopped me out of the gate. Wanted to go for the short, chop me out. Flip long, chop me out. Just really no sense of direction. Pretty choppy right here out of the gate. It had good potential. The setup was there. The volume was there. The bottom was in. Everything was leaning towards there's definitely high probabilities of this thing breaking and making that move. I took the trade, and then immediately it rug pulled on me. Again, bite the bullet. It is what it is. It happens. Could I have traded this differently? Absolutely. Could I have been a little bit more patient? Absolutely. Could I have reduced my risk and reduced my share size? Absolutely. Absolutely. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and just get out of EVOK. I'm just going to go ahead and get out of EVOK. I'm going to go ahead and get out of AERC. I'm going to go ahead and accept the fact that I'm currently down. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to walk away for about 5-10 minutes. All right, you guys know your levels. You guys are prepared. I'm going to get that mind right. I'm going to see like, all right, what are you doing wrong? What are you going to do differently? And we're going to come back and we're going to make it happen. And we're going to lock in some great profit on one great trade. That's it. You guys will be impressed. I come back, I take one great trade. You're like, whoa, Josh, you're green on the day. Yeah, I need to disconnect, get that mind right, come back. I'm going to hit it hard. We're going to make it happen. Right now, it's a choppy start for me, though, for sure. Yep, that's it, guys. Just got to step back. You know, it's just a little bit of a different environment for me. That's it. All right, with the nicotine and all that, yeah, no excuses. It is different, though. And I can fully accept it upon my losses. I'm fully aware of what I'm doing. I'm fully acceptant upon everything. And so we're good. But I am just going to take that step back and disconnect. I want it. I need it. I love it. We're all set, ready to rock and roll. So right now, AERC and EVOK, I still have 2 positions on, which is another thing I'd barely do. You can definitely see I'm distracted today. I never have more than 1 position open at a time. I never have that. Never, ever, ever do I have 2 open positions. Right now I do. So you can clearly see, like, all right, Josh ain't focused today for sure. What's going on there, Buttercup? What's going on there, buddy? You're not all that focused, are you? No, not really. Oh, absolutely. Mine's right, baby. The first 6 days is the worst. After day 6, you'll start to feel better. Each day from there is better. I call day 7 the first day of the rest of your life. I love that. I absolutely love that. So right now I'm Sunday without any. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I'm 4 days in. I'm 4 days in right now. And I'm happy. But it's definitely messing with the definitely messing with me a little bit. All right, so we got a make or break coming on up on AERC and EVOK. AERC added above the VWAP. If it doesn't break this downtrend, if it doesn't bounce here and pick some volume up to 15, I will be walking away from that trade completely. If EVOK cracks below low of day here and cracks below 3, I'll be walking away completely. So I doubled down on AERC right above the VWAP, looking for the break of the downtrend. And I think we could still see potential back to 15. I think we could see it back up towards around that high a day of 1536. And I still see potential to get up towards around 1573 off that mid-candle breakout. So nice big rip and run here from 1370 up to 1537. Nice little pullback into the VWAP. Now we're breaking this downtrend, looking to see if we get some volume to move in. If not, I'll be biting the bullet, walking away, and just accepting the L, accepting the loss. EVOK, I'm just going to watch this one above $3. I honestly don't even like the price action. I don't even like what we see here on EVOK. But I do know how we just kind of chopped around here for a little bit, then out of nowhere, nice action. Now we're just chopping around. Are we going to get that out of nowhere? Just great action back to the upside? I'm willing to be patient. I'm willing to work with it. So what I'm doing is I'm watching EVOK here above 305. So that's it. We have these nice lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, lower highs, lower lows. But what do we have? A little bit of this short-term downtrend, right? A little bit of this short-term downtrend on EVOK that we could look to be breaking right off this 305 support level. So I'm still willing to hold EVOK at this point in time. I'm still willing to hold EVOK at this point in time, and I may add to it. All right, I may add to it. Bigger picture, we do have this big downtrend as well. So not only do we have this short-term downtrend that we're looking to break, we do have this big downtrend that we're looking to break as well. So I'm still watching EVOK, still think EVOK has some decent potential. RDBX, crack of the trend line. AERC's breaking that downtrend. Let's see if we can open on up and really get some action now. We know this stock can rip and run. I like the mid-candle breakout. We're picking up a little bit of volume. I'm still okay with holding that trade. I'm glad I doubled down. For now, I'm still okay with EVOK. I'm still okay with holding EVOK. DAWN, not a fan of it. CYN, still a back burner. BOXD, nothing there. CMRA, nothing there. REV, it's kind of moving, but barely. SYM, not a fan of it. AUVI has some potential. So, again, I think we're on the right stocks for sure. You know, EVOK has potential to break this downtrend off 305 support. AERC still has potential to play on out for this nice mid-candle breakout. Support is back down at 1370. So support is 1370 there on AERC. That's the best level of support. But right now, we broke this short-term downtrend after we bounced here off the VWAP, looking to see if we get a little bit of a reversal back up over 15, up to 1573. And then RDBX looking a little weak at this point in time. Just looking a little weak at this point in time. So right now, EVOK, I'm not liking it, guys. I'm not liking it. Shows good short potential, and then it rips on up. That it's setting up for a decent little long, and then it fades on back down. So right now, EVOK had great potential today. I mean, it really did. Had a fantastic press release, really good press release. Nice low flow stock, good volume, was holding above that 320. Showed some strength, showed potential. Just not playing on out. So if we start cracking below 3, I got to stop in the system. I got my finger on the trigger. I'm ready to get out below 3. I'm still okay with holding AERC for now. And honestly, that would help me on out because, boom, I can just take my attention back to AERC and really just focus there. These penny stocks are getting boring. I agree. Penny stocks are so hit or miss. One day, they're super hot. The next day, they're super boring. The next day, super hot. The next day, super boring. Like today's kind of a boring day, right? Pretty boring day with pennies. Monday was super hot. It was awesome, right? It was fantastic. But today, the reason why we haven't really been looking at the SPY and the Qs, and we talked about this, is we have the Fed meeting coming on up, right? The markets are typically choppy ahead of the meeting. Very unpredictable, all over the place, messy, challenging the trade. So knowing that it's really choppy, knowing that it's challenging, I personally said I'm not even looking to trade the SPY and the Qs just because I know it's going to be choppy and probably challenging until we have the FOMC meeting. So my plan was come in, look at penny stocks, really focus there, and then towards the end of the day, shift my focus over to the SPY and the Qs and some of these large cap stocks that could absolutely start moving after that FOMC meeting conclusion here at 2:30. All right, I'm going to walk away from EVOK. I'm probably just going to start walking away from it. You're not doing anything right now at this point in time. It's not even trying to bounce. It's just boring. It's just weak. So again, below 3, I'm out. AERC, below 14.17, I'm out. Didn't your P&L box usually have the current price on it as well? Possibly. Possibly. Right now has position price open. Yeah, it could have had the current price on there as well. Yep. You guys keep talking about REV. What do you see with REV, right? Enlighten me. What do we see with REV right now? All I see REV doing is chopping around and dumping. Like, all I see, like, out of the gate, absolutely. Above $2, we had room to 250. We talked about REV. REV was one of those stocks, like, absolutely. As long as we don't crack $2, she can bounce back up to 250. But since that move from 2 to 250, what have you guys seen on REV? Right? All I've seen was a nice run from 2 to 250. Fantastic. Then all I see is it really chopping around here. And now I see it just dumping on off. So I'm not really sure what you guys are seeing on REV at this point in time. I'm just seeing a lot of weakness. Right? I don't really see anything with RDBX. I still see potential with AERC. Why? Nice run up, nice pullback, nice bounce, starting to get that higher low. And this could definitely be that higher low that gets this break over 15 to 1530, 1573. So I see some momentum here. I see some potential here with AERC, and it's a mid-candle breakout. I love mid-candle breakouts. I love mid-candle breakouts. So I'm willing to work with AERC because I'm looking at this daily time frame setup, and I know exactly what to expect. And so far, it still looks okay. It still looks good. EVOK looks like crap. I'm not going to lie. I'm in a trade that looks like crap, and I'm getting ready to just close this position, but I'm giving it a chance. Because if we see one strong candle pop off $3, oh, it could get going. It could definitely start moving again. If you see one big green candle with a lot of nice volume just move in right here off support, oh, you're going to start to see some traders move on in. And we could see it push right back up to like 330, right? And I could get out of this trade. Maybe I add to it. Maybe I run this back up from 3 to 330, turn it into a winning trade. So I'm giving it a chance here. But right now, I like AERC, and I think AERC has some of the best potential at this point in time. So let's see what we have coming on up with AERC. I like the higher low. We need to see it push and open on up now. That's it. Nice bounce. Nice break of the downtrend. Nice increased volume along this push on up. Pulling back. 9 EMA, getting that higher low, clearly showing some momentum, right? Clearly showing that it wants to put in that higher low, pick on up, break 15, and really just start ripping to the upside. We do have room to that 1573, so I like what we're seeing here intraday. I really like the movement. I like how it's playing on out. Now, I do like the daily chart as well. I like that mid-candle breakout. If this starts breaking yesterday's open of 1573, that's when it's really going to start taking on off. And that's when we're going to see this potentially up to that 1736 here on AERC. So let's see what happens here. If it just starts dumping on off below 1440, I got to have to walk away and bite the bullet. I still see potential here. I do still see potential. If it just wants to dump and stop me out, so be it. Let it dump and let it stop me out. That's the market. But the way I look at it at this point in time is I still see the potential. I still see multiple separate reasons that suggest this stock could get to 1573 and possibly 1736. I'm keeping my emotions off the table. I'm really not trying to trade my P&L. I'm just looking at the stock's chart and what it's telling me. And if I get stopped out, I get stopped out. We'll figure out what the loss is. Because I'm really not prepared on this trade. I'm going to be honest with you guys. Do I have a solid plan in place? Do I have a solid plan in place? I do not have a solid plan in place. Should I? Fuck yeah, absolutely. But I'm going to be honest with you guys. I don't. Right? The fogginess, the distractions, yeah. They got to me today. I'm making very teeny, simple mistakes that I never really make. Do I have a solid plan? I'm in here. Here's my target. Here's my stop loss. Do I have all that in place? I don't. I don't. But I know exactly where I am stopping out. I know where I want to take profits. I just don't know what the loss is going to be. But I'm accepting it. If I lose $3,000 on this trade, I'm going to accept it. Is it going to be a $3,000 loss? No. No, it won't be a $3,000 loss, right? Will it be much more than I kind of want? Yeah, it'll be more than that $1,000 that I really want to risk, but I'm okay with risking that. Am I okay? Yes, I'm okay with that. So I'm accepting it, but it's not really like that solid plan that I typically have to where I know what my P&L is to the penny, right? But I know exactly what I want to see. I know exactly how we should see this play out, and I know I want to lock in some profits around 1335, and I haven't sold yet because I still see potential. I still see potential here. So again, AERC, I do want to start scaling out right at that high a day. So if we get another, 20 cent out of a 20 cent pop to the upside, I'm going to take a little bit. But honestly, I think it's going to break up to that 1573, and I'm going to scale out pretty decently up towards around 1573. Is the stream dropping inside of chat? We look good. Stream's up. Stream's live, baby. So right now, I'm still holding this at a cost basis of 1467. I have a cost basis of 1467. I'm waiting. I just have that feeling. Got that feeling that it wants to break high a day. Wants to get that pop up to 1573. I definitely think it wants to break 1573 and really work this mid-candle breakout. I really do think that. It looks good so far. It definitely doesn't look terrible. But I don't want to be greedy, and I want to lock in some profits when I have the opportunity. Don't want to be greedy, and I want to lock in profits when I have an opportunity. So I may go ahead and just start locking in some profits. I may go ahead and just lock in a little bit. Right here above 15, I may go ahead and lock in maybe 500 shares. Let's go ahead and not be greedy. Let's go ahead and lock in a little bit. If I see the bid back below 15, I'm going to start locking up some shares here. I'm going to start making the right decision. So if I see those buyers back below 15, I'm going to start scaling out. But I'm going to give it a second to see if it wants to break that high. And we got another 50 cents in us. So there's 15.14 here on AERC. Where's that high at? That high was like at 15.35. There's 15.20. Here's your break coming on up. It looks like it wants that break. There's 15.30. Let's take a little bit there at the highs. Let's not be stupid. Let's be smart. There's the break. Let's take a little bit more and not be silly. Got 1,000 shares left. 14.49 is my cost basis. Again, I'm really risking off 15 now at this point in time. Want to see 15 hold. We want to honestly see these buyers back above that 15.30. If we don't see it break and just squeeze, I'm getting 100% out. I don't like all that selling pressure. I'm going to start getting out even more. I got 1,000 shares left. If this candle starts going red, I'm out completely. I'd be out completely. I'm going to start getting out a little bit more. I only have 500 shares left. I could always look for a re-entry. I can always look to get back in if it sets up. But I take this as an opportunity to lock in some profits here. I know I still have an open position with no stop on EVOK, which is so silly. Or I'll say it, which is so silly. And I should have been out of that trade 30 minutes ago. But honestly, I see so much potential with AERC that I'm like, let me just focus on AERC. Let's make it happen here. Let's go ahead and lock in some profits. I'll go ahead when I'm done with AERC. I'll stop out of EVOK. We'll see where we're at. And we'll move forward. We'll move forward. I'm completely out of AERC. I'm going to make that decision to get out of AERC. And now I'm going to go close my position on EVOK. And then I'm going to disconnect for about 5 minutes and then come back and see where we're at. And I'm going to look at my P&L. I don't even know what it's at right now. I don't care, to be honest with you. I just want that disconnect. And we're going to come back and make it happen, guys. So right now, EVOK. We are going to start getting out here little by little. All right. I'll see you guys in about 3 minutes. I'm disconnected. I think it's the right thing to do. I'll see you guys back here. Like I said, 5 minutes. We'll continue to make it happen, team. All right. We're all set, guys. We are ready to rock. Yeah, no sound. I walked away. Just so you guys know, if I was trading by myself, which I do trade by myself, but if it was just me, myself, and I, okay, I would have traded those trades the way I traded them. I would have managed them the way I managed them. I would have realized, Josh, you're making a few bad decisions today. You're making a couple of mistakes, right? What's going on? Step back, reassess. So regardless of me being here inside a chat, regardless of me trading on my own, regardless of anything, if I need to step back, I'm going to step back. That's what professionals do, right? I find myself and I look at myself as a professional trader. I've been doing this for 7 years. I sucked the first 3. I've been doing great for the past 4, going on 5 years. I'm very disciplined. I control those emotions, right? I make consistent profits. Now this year, yeah, up and down. It's been a weird year because I've been trying 1,000 new things, different brokers, different styles, doing this, doing that. This has just been a different year for me based on multitude of reasons. Okay, but check last year, rocking and rolling every single month, consistency, 15, 20 grand months, crushing it. This year, I've tried a lot of different things. I've tried to do new things. And so that's messed with my trading a little bit. So that's why I'm taking that step back for June. I'm getting refocused, back in the zone. So I know July, August, September, October, November, December, I'm going to crush it and hit my yearly goal in just 6 months. I'm excited for that. But that's what professionals do, right? Professional traders will have bad days. Professional traders will have bad weeks and sometimes bad months. You can't expect to be fantastic and perfect 100% of the time. But if you realize today is one of those days that you're screwing up, today's one of those days that you're just not in the zone. Today's one of those days you're making silly mistakes that you typically don't make, which we realized was me today. Making some mistakes that I really don't make, like ever, right? I never hesitate. I hesitated today, okay? I always have a plan in place, like a solid, legitimate, set-in-stone plan. Today, I didn't really have a solid, set-in-stone plan. And today I just felt like I was fumbling more or less, right? I was catching it and then fumbling it. Catching it, I was just fumbling. And that has to do with a few things. Number 1, my allergies are messing with me. Number 2, the nicotine thing's messing with me. Number 3, maybe it's lack of sleep. I don't know. All I do know is I'm not in the right mindset today. That's what I do know. I'm not in the right focused mindset. So what could I have done differently today? Well, I could have definitely said A, no trades. B, scale back a lot. And I could have done that, but I didn't. That was my mistake. That was my trigger, is I didn't assess my morning. I didn't do my morning routine at all. I felt rushed with things that I shouldn't be doing this morning, right? I'm foggy. I'm cloudy. The lack of nicotine, right? The allergies are kicking my butt. I could have said, team, I am not going to trade today. And you guys would have been like, all right, fine. Why? Because I'm not feeling like I'm in the zone. And I could do that. And that's how I handle my day-to-days. But in chat, I feel like you guys expect me to trade, so I'm always like putting on a trade. And again, that's still a habit that it's hard for me to break. I've talked about this 6 months ago. It's still a habit for me that I need to be able to break. Getting over that, if I don't want to trade, I'm not going to trade. So again, that's kind of what I just did. I came in the day and I'm just not feeling it. I'm not in the zone. I'm taking a few, wouldn't say bad trades, just late. I'm hesitating. I'm not reacting quick. I'm not really in the zone. I'm not really focused. I'm too distracted, and I'm allowing the distractions instead of just being focused and in the zone. So I took a step back. I disconnected. I walked outside. I said, what the hell's going on? And I realized what's going on. So what am I going to do differently? Well, if I cannot get in the zone, if I'm not focused and I'm still distracted and cloudy, I'm done trading. I'm down $400 on the day. Compared to the profits that I've been making the last week and a half, I'll lose $400 and I'm happy with that. I'm okay with only being down $399. But if I can get focused and I feel like I'm in the zone and I can remove those distractions, right? And I can get back into the state of mind that it takes to be a professional, consistent trader, I will look for an opportunity to make it happen. But if I do end my day down red, I'm okay with that. I'm okay ending my day down $400, especially when I was very rocky and a little inconsistent out of the gate. I'll take a $400 loss as a lesson learned. At least it's not a $4,000 lesson learned. It's a $400 lesson learned. And so now, tomorrow, The next day, next week, next month, I'm fresh. It's in my mind. Don't trade like that if you're distracted. Don't trade like that if you're not in the zone. You don't have to trade regardless of what everybody thinks, regardless of what anybody thinks. The team wants you to be in trades. You tell them straight up, guess what? I'm not trading today because here's why. If someone doesn't like it, it's okay, but I'm not going to risk my capital. I'm not going to risk losing money just to be in trades because I think that you think I should be in a trade. And again, it's just one of those bad habits. I'm being vulnerable right now, right? Some may be laughing like, ha, 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 ha. You may be laughing at me, right? I'm being vulnerable, right? I'm being, expressing humility. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes, and I'm being completely open and transparent with you as far as what just ran through my mind over the past 5 to 10 minutes. So hopefully some of you guys respect that. Maybe some of you guys can learn from that, but I'm always going to tell you exactly what's going on, why it's going on, what's going through my mind, and how I'm bouncing back and how I'm overcoming certain obstacles as a trader, because we're always going to run into obstacles. Just when you think you have it figured out, just when you think you're invincible, just when you think that you're never going to take another loss in your life, guess what? The market puts you in your place. The market slaps you in the face and says, you know what? You're still human and I'm still the market. So guess what? Take a step back, sit down, humble yourself. All right, team. So we're always going to be learning. We're always going to be growing. We're always going to have those conversations with ourselves. We're always going to have to step back and reassess. Just when we think we're fantastic and perfect and nothing's going to stop us is right when the market says, you know what? You need to have that student mindset. You always need to be growing. You always need to be doing the right things and always stay aware of what you should be doing. Never become complacent. These are the important lessons. I appreciate you explaining us through the mentality today. It is very enlightening to know the emotions are the same even at your level, just better managed. That's it. The emotions are the emotions, right? Everybody deals with emotions. Some people don't deal with them like others. Like me compared to my wife, right? Like I express my emotions in the form of like I get angry and frustrated. She cries. And there's nothing wrong with that. Those are emotions. Some people really express their emotions. Some people don't express them whatsoever, but we all deal with them. It's just how do we handle those, right? I manage my emotions well. Do I get emotional? Yes, but I'm able to manage those in the moment and suppress them in the moment. As a new trader, I couldn't do that. But as I've grown, as I've evolved, I'm able to suppress those emotions quickly in the heat of the moment, which makes me a better trader. And you will become great at managing your emotions as well. Forcing the trades, I definitely think I forced a couple trades here, right? I hesitated, I didn't react when I wanted, and then I forced the trade knowing that the best entry was 80 cents ago, but still seeing the potential, but not really fully accepting that if I buy it right here, I'm going to take some heat and still going ahead and getting in. So when you're in a trade, you should just focus on the trade. I'm still trying, Steve. I'm going to be vulnerable. This is vulnerability right now. And hopefully you guys are learning from this. I'm still working on that. Like a year ago, it was easy for me to focus on a trade. It was easy. A year ago, we had like 25 members inside a chat and it wasn't as active. So I'm trading the way I trade. I'm focused on my trades. I don't feel like I have a lot of distractions. There was maybe like 20 messages a day coming inside chat, right? For those of you that were here a year and a half ago when we launched, there was like 10, 15, 20 members. Chat was not busy, right? It was quiet all day. And you guys were just listening to me talk. So it was easier for me to just come on in, talk to you guys, get you prepared, lock in some profits. It was easy. We have grown 20 times, 20x over the last year. So chat is 20 times more active. There are 20 times more active members inside of chat. There are 20 times more active individuals over on YouTube. I'm more distracted. Like, it's definitely something I'm still learning. I'm still trying to balance getting you guys prepared, making you my top priority, and still being able to identify a trade, take the trade, explain the trade that I'm taking so you understand it, and still focus on that trade. So again, I'm still learning how to balance that. And it's something that I'm being vulnerable. Yeah, I'm not perfect at it. Sometimes I get distracted. Sometimes it does take my focus away. But again, that's no excuse. I need to be able to realize that in the moment and say, okay, I'm distracted right now, no trades. That's all I have to do. I'm distracted right now. Today's not a good day. I'm not focused. No trades. That's all I have to do. The days that I come in, I'm like, okay, I'm really controlling the distractions today. I can be focused. I can triple task, and I'm in the zone. I'll take trades. I'll make money. Today wasn't my day. I'm only down $3.99 though, so I'm not upset whatsoever. Thank you. Thank you. Agreed with Steve Carby. You get us more than set in the morning. You're available when we are in a trade. If not, no worries. We learn just as much. But if you're in a trade and you're like, hey, I'm in, what do? I'm going to take my focus away from my trade and help you guys out. Like I say, guys, when I make money, it feels good. When you make money, it feels amazing. When I make $1,000, it's a good feeling. When you guys are making thousands of dollars and we see $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 in profits, chat, that feels amazing. I want to see you guys successful. That's what fires me up. That's what gets me out of bed. Hungry, motivated to come in here at 5 a.m. every single day and do this every single day. It's not the fact that I get to make money in the market. I don't have to be here. I can go be out by the pool and make my money. What fires me up is you guys making money, you guys learning. So my focus is you. 99.9% of the time, my focus is with you. Yes, sir. Got to keep your mind right. I'd rather sit back, not trade, and watch the possibility of making $500 versus losing 2K. 100%, Ken. 100%. I'd rather sit here and be like, yeah, I could have made $500. Yeah, that would have been nice. But, staying out of the market when you're not in the zone and you're not focused versus losing $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. It was a small and intimate reminder. And Beth knows I take these days as a reality check, as a slap in the face. Usually I slap myself in the face, literally. Say that was a reality check that gets me refocused. So tomorrow, what do I need to be more aware of? What am I going to be more aware of? All right, are you focused? Are you in the zone? Or are you distracted? Based on that answer is how I'm going to tailor my day to make sure that we're always taking the right steps in the right direction. Again, just being fully transparent, expressing humility, being vulnerable. And that's just what I wish I had as a newer trader with my mentor. So we're all set, guys. Your coaching knowledge is why we're here, whether it be trade lessons or in the moment lessons you talk through a trade. There's always something to learn. I love this atmosphere over the call out groups where people buy blindly and have no idea. Oh, 100%. Atmosphere is everything, right? If you walk into a room and everybody's talking negative about other people, are you going to start feeling negative or are you going to be positive? You're probably going to start feeling negative. You're going to fall victim. You're going to fall into that trap and you're going to start thinking and being negative. But if you walk into a room with 10 highly successful people talking about entrepreneurship, talking about growth, talking about mindset, talking about just being positive, are you going to start having the same feelings? You're going to start feeling positive. You're going to start feeling like, oh, I'm just driven. I'm motivated. I'm hungry. I want to work. Environment and atmosphere is everything. And we have one of the best environments, one of the best atmospheres. We have one of the best communities out there. No one else does it like us. We're the most motivated. We're the most energetic. We have the most amount of fun. We make tons of money. We provide the best education. We're always holding each other accountable. We're always being transparent, open, and honest. This is the best community. This is the best environment to be in, to have the mindset you need to have to be successful. This is the place to be, 100%. No one else does it like us, and I know that for a fact. So we got the best team out there, baby. You make it the best. It would be a lot harder if Tom Brady had to be the QB and the sports announcer in the moment. That's really, I like that analogy. Yeah, I mean, Tom Brady being the announcer and the QB at the same time, that would be very challenging. So anyway, guys, we're all set. Mindset, Jack, mindset's everything. Mindset is everything. Mindset is like 90% of your trading. If your mind's not right, your trading's not going to be right. Your mind's got to be right first for your trading to be right. I don't care how good you are at reading charts. I'm fantastic at reading charts. Or I'm fantastic at it. My mind wasn't right today. And my results showed. Right? My results showed. Right? I read the charts beautifully, but my mind wasn't right. So I was holding the stock too long. I was being too aggressive. I wasn't getting out. I was taking too much heat. I was getting in too late. I was hesitating. My mindset caused my issues. The charts were fine. The charts were great. I could read the crap out of them. My mindset what caused the issues. All right, RDBX. Do we have anything here right now, team? RDBX at this point in time. Again, not the best trading day, but you can't expect every day to be fantastic. The only content you see people post is like the best trading day they ever had. I will show you my terrible days. There's not a lot of people that show these bad days. I'll show it to you guys. I'm glad today was on live on YouTube. Like, I'm really happy today we were streaming live on YouTube for free. You guys can see that even traders that have been doing this for 7 years plus, they still have setbacks. They still have bad days. We're not all just perfect, and we don't all just make money all the time. Right? We have these days. These are our reality. This is a part of the game. These are those expectations. So RDBX, we came back down to that 1059 support level. So again, nice uptrend out of the gate. Now we're pulling back, lower high, pulling back, lower high. This is point number 3 of the downtrend. What would we ideally like to see? It get rejected here, come back down, give us some kind of higher low or double bottom, then break the downtrend for a boom, boom, bang. A boom, boom, bang. Okay? Definitely going to be watching RDBX for that. Honestly, EVOK, just because it's been pretty choppy, I'm not going to trade this the rest of the day. But we will still continue to look at this and see if it sets on up. Right now, we are back above 3, and we have this downtrend resistance. I would not be looking to go long on EVOK until it's breaking the downtrend. DAWN is giving a lot back. That can come off the watch list. CYN. Right now, it's already made its move off the watch list. REV got hit pretty hard here. AUVI. Slowly grinding on up. Slow and steady. Slowly grinding on up now. So again, right now, watching RDBX for that possible boom, boom, bang coming on up. I'm not too crazy about EVOK. Right now, RDBX looks to be one of the better stocks at this point in time. What do we have with SIDU? Do we have anything with SIDU? Kind of choppy, kind of boring, not really doing all that much at this point in time. We've looked at EVOK. What about VEDU? What do we have going on with VEDU? No news. Pretty random pop, but we've been seeing a lot of these random pops on up. We've been seeing a lot of these stocks that are just recently hitting all-time lows, and then the next day they bounce and just start moving on up. But they've all faded and they've all fallen. That's it. They've all faded. They've all fallen. So these random stocks with no news just popping on up middle of the day. What have they all done the last couple of days? They've all just faded and set sideways. Motivation and positivity are a rare quality, brother. Keep it up. Thank you so much, Morgan. I agree. Motivation and positivity are very rare. Not a lot of people have that nor express it. J. Doss, now if you had seen AERC pre-market, would you break down how it should have been traded on AERC and pre-market? So yeah, if I would have noticed this one in pre-market and been more in the zone, this is how it should have been traded, okay? Because this is a mid-candle breakout, and this is setting up to be a fantastic mid-candle breakout. So this is like an A+ mid-candle. It's an A+ mid-candle breakout all day. So what we have here is a nice big green day there on Monday. Tuesday, we get our nice little red candle, right? That nice little red candle giving us that mid-candle breakout. What I do is I always come in here and I mark out the low of the day. I mark up the close. I mark up the open. And I mark up the high from the red day. So you get your big green day. That's your big green day. Day number 2. That's your little red day, right? That's your mid candle. I'm marking up the mid candle levels. Low, close, open, high. 80% of the time, the mid candle breakout will gap down below that daily low. So right here, yesterday was the 14th. So ideal, textbook, perfect mid-candle breakouts will actually gap down below the low. And then once they start breaking the low, that's where volume moves in. And they usually get a quick, perfect, straight up move to the close. That's resistance as a first profit-taking level. So to really break this down, perfect mid-candle breakouts. Again, this is a perfect mid-candle breakout. What you're looking for is it to gap down below this low. That low of day, 1232. So if this would have gapped down and opened at 12, that's fine. You're watching it. The second it starts breaking that low at 1232, you're looking to get long. That's where volume moves on in. You typically get a straight move up into the close, 1367. That's a profit-taking level. What I typically do at that point in time, locking in those profits, my stops go down to break even. I'm risk-free. The idea behind this and what typically happens is you get that quick run up into the close, then you break the close, even more volume moves in, and then you push up to the prior day open. And then once you break the prior day open, you run up to the prior day high. So you have an entry, which is a break back above the red day's low of day. That confirms your entry if you are gapping down, which ideally you want to see that third day gapping down for a mid-candle breakout. Right when it starts breaking that prior day's low, you get long into the prior day's close. That's your first target. Second target's the open. Third target is going to be the high. So if I would have seen this, I could have been looking at the stock in pre-market for sure. Could have absolutely been all over this stock in pre-market. And I see that the prior day low is 1232. So I'm like, guys, mid-candle breakout, right? We're gapping down. We're gapping down right around $12 support. If we open, as long as we do not dump below 12, if we can start breaking 1232, we should want to go long. Boom, look at that. Big green candle. You could have been long on that candle. You could have been long on that candle. Let's say you didn't get long on that candle and you notice it late. Where's your next entry? Well, if it breaks the prior day's close, that's an entry. And then what do we see? We see the stock breaking the prior day close. This is when we noticed it. This is when we saw AERC. That's when you guys brought it to my attention. AERC, right? AERC breaking the mid-candle breakout yesterday's close. 1367. I said it was 1370. And then I said, I want to buy it. Right here, I was like, guys, I want to buy this. I want to jump in. But I feel like I'm late. I think the entry is back down there at 1370. I feel like I'm a little too late. I'm like 70 cents too late buying here at 1450. I feel like I'm 70 cents too late here. But I feel like it's good to go. I have a feeling that if I don't buy it right here, it's still going to rip. I want to buy it, but I can't because I feel like I'm 70 cents too late. You heard me talk about it. I want to buy it right here. I want to get in, but I can't because I feel like I'm 70 cents too late. I feel like I'm 80 cents too late. Right? I hesitated. I second guessed, knowing I should have just jumped on in. Why? Because the stock did exactly what I thought. It ripped another 30, 50, 60 cents to the upside. What did I do? I then started to justify, let's get in for a $15 break. When I knew the best entry, obviously, was at $13.70. Even right here at $14.30, $14.40 was a solid entry. But instead, I hesitated. Instead, I couldn't do it. The distractions, the cloudiness, just the inconfidence. I hesitated, right? I didn't react quick enough. And when I decided to react, I start taking a lot of heat here. I start getting chopped around. I start, not liking the stock because I'm getting chopped around way too much. It's just chopping, it's chopping, it's chopping. That was the entry. I should have pulled the trigger. I could have locked in some great profits. Then I would have noticed that setup. Instead of having to double down on that position to bring my cost basis down, I could have taken that initial trade and took profit at 15. Then waited for that sell, that little pullback. I would have noticed it. I could have re-entered. That's where I doubled down, locked in more profits. If I would have just not hesitated on this trade, if I would have just said, you know what? This is the trade. I see the reason to get in. And I would have not hesitated. I would have made money. I would have seen that setup. I would have got back in. I would have made money. But instead, one little thing, the hesitation, one little thing caused me to get chopped out up here, and it caused me to have to double down, and it caused me to have to take a lot of heat. One missed opportunity led into bad decision, bad decision, bad decision. Now, yes, it turned into a good trade. It was profitable. But could it have been much more profitable and less stressful and less heat taken? Could I have made more money? Absolutely. If I would have taken that first trade, money. Second trade, money. But instead, I'm getting chopped out. I'm getting beaten up up here. I'm getting hit left and right, left hook, right hook, uppercut. I'm getting chopped out. And I take a lot of heat just to have to double down. This stressful trade that took forever could have been much more rewarding, and it could have played out 10 times faster if I would have just gotten focused in the zone and said, you know what, this is the trade, let's go. And if I would have removed that hesitation, we would have been all set. So that's how you would break down AERC. From pre-market for your plan intraday, if you would have missed the first initial entry, how you could have taken the second entry. And that was when I started to hesitate, when we started looking at it. And then there, you saw my outcome. You saw what I could have done differently to see much different results on the same stock in the same trade. The same reason. If I would have just made a different decision here, I would have had much better results and a much better outcome. But instead, that slight hesitation completely killed that trade, and it made it 10 times harder and 10 times more challenging than what it should have been. So does that make sense, JDOS? Does that make sense? Hopefully it does. Awesome, cool. I know you got a little bit more than what you asked for, but we are right at that 11 o'clock mark. Again, team, we typically dive into our afternoon lesson right at 11 o'clock. And then we always say, hey, if you guys have questions, comments, concerns, topics, anything that you want to ask, that you need help with, that is your opportunity to say, Josh, I have questions. So that's what to expect moving forward. 11 o'clock, we take a quick break. If you guys have any questions and comments and then topics and things you want to discuss, you can type those up. We come back around 11:10, 11:15. If we have questions, we do an open floor Q&A session. If not, we'll dive into our lesson for the day. Right now, it is 11:18 in the market. So do we have any other questions, comments? Is there anything that you feel is important that we talk about right now today? So I'm going to go ahead and start with answering those questions, making sure I'm helping you guys out on a personal level. If not, we're going to dive into an afternoon lesson. So hit me with those questions if you have any. And we're all set, ready to rock and roll. EVOK right now, team, boom, boom, bang. EVOK right now at this point in time is setting up for a boom, boom, bang, right? You have this higher low forming back above $3, looking to break this downtrend. Keep this on high watch. Higher low back above 3, looking to break the downtrend. You could definitely see this back up to the VWAP. I'm personally not trading it though. Diego, can you check EVOK in the 2-minute candle for a double bottom? So I see a little bit of a double bottom right here, but what I really see is $3 support. We lost it. We got back above it. We retested it. We're above it. We're retesting it. So what I see is support at 3. I see that buyers are fighting to hold this above $3 support. Okay? As long as you hold above $3 support, Diego, and you do not fall back below 3, that's a sign of strength. Now, if we can hold 3, break this downtrend, you're looking good back to 315 and back up to 334. So you could be buying it right now, putting a stop loss right below $3 with a target of your VWAP 334. But just understand that this stock has been more or less choppy today. It's been very choppy today. So you may get chopped out. You may take a loss. You may have to open up your stop loss even more to let this trade breathe. And if you're opening up your stop loss more, taking more risk, you may have to reduce your position size to let the stock breathe to not get prematurely stopped out. So with that being said, it's a good setup. It's meeting criteria for the break of the downtrend. The only thing it doesn't have is volume, but you do have the loss of $3. It regains $3, comes back for the retest of $3. Now we see it's getting very tight for a break of the downtrend. It's a good looking chart. It's a good looking strategy. It just doesn't have the volume to really support this getting a nice little 30-cent pop to the upside. So that's the only thing that I don't like is the volume. But again, as long as you're holding above 3, and if you start to break this downtrend, you do have your potential up to the VWAP. So RDBX, you broke your downtrend, and that's kind of what you want to see here with EVOK, right? You want to see EVOK just get the break of the downtrend above support and start moving on up, right? Some volume move on in. But right now, the only thing you don't have is the volume to really get it going in the first place. Rick, what's up? CMRA got in at 224. MRA, you were in at 224, but not sure if I should expect more. Today, I don't think you should. I don't think you're really going to see too much today, right? You may see it up at 265. I think that's where you go today before you just kind of sit sideways. I think you could see 265 today, Armando. I do think so. That's yesterday's close. But what do I think could happen? I think you could set up for a mid-candle breakout like you did with AERC. I think you could possibly set up for a mid-candle breakout like we saw on CYN. Look at that mid-candle breakout on CYN, right? Big green day, little red day, big green day. Look at AERC. Big green day, red day, right in the middle of the green day, mid-candle breakout. What do we see here over on CMRA? Yesterday, big green day. If we have a small little red day right here in the middle of yesterday's big green candle, I think tomorrow could be a nice mid-candle breakout. I think tomorrow it has some action. I think tomorrow it could get back up to 3 and 330, maybe 4, maybe retesting that high at 440. I think tomorrow's the day you have better potential to see the stock ripping to the upside. Today, I don't expect to see too much. I just expect to see it kind of range bound in between 220 support and 265 resistance. Just up and down, light volume, no real action. Again, you have support at 220 with top resistance now at 265. Absolutely. I know I'm not trading EVOK, but EVOK looks pretty decent. It doesn't look bad at all. Like I said, as long as you hold $3 and you start to break the downturn with volume, I do believe you're going to see this back up towards around 334 here on EVOK. So high watch right now for those of you still in the market, still looking to trade. If you start to see the break of this downtrend and you start to see some volume, right? The stock needs to move. Number one, you need to see some movement on that level too. You need to see some orders coming in on that time and sales. You need to see some volume, okay? And you need to see the price breaking the downtrend. If you see all four of those things, you see this becoming more active, your time and sales that's active. You see bigger buyers stepping on up, right? You see some volume moving in. You see the price breaking 307, 308, 309. You see the price breaking that downtrend. That's when you want to look to get in for that pop on up to the VWAP. Absolutely. Absolutely, Armando. 100%. We got room to 12 on CPNG. Let's go look at CPNG. You have room. Yeah, $12. Right there. Yeah, $12 on CPNG. Absolutely. Now, if you ever break 12, you could see this hit the 20 EMA at 1240. All right, so Mutaz, you do have room to 12 and then 1240 here on CPNG with support being at 1150 at this point in time. What do I think about MULN? Ash, what do I think about MULN? I don't like it. I don't like MULN. I don't know enough about it from an investment standpoint. I do not personally like swing trading this stock. I mean, here recently, it hasn't really been a great stock to swing trade, in my opinion. I don't know enough about this stock from a fundamental standpoint to really understand, is it a good long-term investment? I have no idea. And the reason I don't like it is it's very choppy when it moves intraday. It's very hard to day trade. It's typically really slow. I don't like slow, challenging stocks. It's slow, it's challenging the trade, it's really choppy, and it's a large float. It is not the ideal stock for me. I want to find stocks that could rip and run. Low float stocks, easy to move, plus 50 cents, plus $1, plus $2 in 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I want to see stocks that are active. I want to see stocks that are easy to trade. MULN has been one of those stocks that has not been easy to trade for me. It's actually been more challenging than easy. So I'm not a fan of MULN for those reasons. And especially today, there is absolutely no reason to be looking at the stock. It's literally moved 4 cents the entire day. From 114 down to 110. It's only traded like what, 15 million shares today? Yeah, it's only traded 15 million shares today. Seems like a lot, but for this stock, it's actually not a lot. I keep seeing a cash alternative withdrawal and deposit of the same amount in my TD account within seconds of each other. What is that? I'm not sure, Johnny. You keep seeing a cash alternative withdrawal deposit of the same amount in my TD account within seconds. What is that? I do not know. I would definitely, like Beth said, click on support, top right-hand side, and create a support request ticket and ask them your question, or send them an email, or shoot them a call and say, hey, listen, what is this? And they'll be able to help you on out. Ash, thank you for your information. Brilliant channel. Hey, I appreciate that so much. Thank you so much, Ash. I appreciate you being here. Trade Google. What's up? Mutaz. Absolutely. Absolutely. So it's 11:28 in the market, traders. Do we have any other questions at this point in time? If we do not have any other questions at this point in time, before we continue to dive into the market and see what opportunity that we have, I do want to make a small announcement. Not really, I'm joking. No, I'm kidding. We have a small announcement. No, we don't. I'm joking. No. You guys are like, dude, stop. No, it's we do have our Father's Day coming on up, and I want to support all of the fathers out there. I want to celebrate and just give thanks to all of the fathers, right? Mothers got it hard. Mothers got to pop the babies out. I get it. But us dads, we got a big job as well, don't we? We got a very important role. We got a very important job as fathers. So I want to give thanks to all the amazing fathers out there. I want to support all the amazing fathers out there because Father's Day is right around the corner, guys. So right now at this point in time, we are all set. Right now, we're still looking at EVOK for the break of this downturn off 3, and I think it's going to happen right here, right now, if it's going to make that move, team. If it's going to make that move, it's going to start breaking right here. Look at that activity. Look at that level 2. Look at the time in sales. It's becoming active right now, right here, team. You got your volume moving in. It's becoming active. You can see it's trying to break that downtrend. If it's going to break, it's going to be right here, right now. Okay, if it's going to break, it should be breaking right here, right now, up to 315, then up to 330. Dougie Fresh! I'm sure your speakers just blew right there, guys. Dougie Fresh is back in the house. Mr. Dougie Fresh. What's up, buddy? How you doing? Happy to have you back. So right now, EVOK, ladies and gentlemen, you could take your trade right here. You can take this trade right here. You could put a stop loss underneath low a day if you wanted to, right? If you really want to give it some breathing room, you could put a stop right down there at 16 cents. Now, the question is, can you get 30? You can get 30. That's your VWAP. So, technically speaking, if you bought it right here, stop under low a day with your VWAP target, which is realistic, you have a break of the downtrend coming up off a higher low. You see the potential. You see the reasonings here. You could definitely be a buyer right at $3 support, stops under low a day, target at the VWAP. If this is your style of trading, if this is something that you like, and this is something that you've been waiting for, you have something right in front of you. But if you're like, yeah, Josh, I don't do the breaks of the downtrends. I don't do these really stagnant, choppy stocks. Stocks that haven't done anything all day, stocks that have been challenging, regardless of the setup. I don't trade those. I don't trade the breaks of the downtrends. Regardless of what I'm saying, listen to your gut. Stick to your rules. If this is not your style of trade and your type of trade, you're not trading it right now. Stick to your guns. Stay disciplined. If this is your go-to trade, if this is your go-to opportunity, I want to break it down and bring it to your attention. Make sure that your guys are all up to speed and that you're all set ready to rock and roll. Market's a little bit on the slower side. So you have EVOK. EVOK at this point in time. You got AERC starting to slow on down. You got RDBX. Nice break of the downtrend, but since then, it is slowing on down just a little bit. So the only stock right now that looks good, the only stock right now that looks like it has some decent potential is, which stock, guys? That's EVOK. And honestly, AUVI doesn't look terrible. AUVI at this point in time does not look bad, team. Right here off the trend line, double bottom off that VWAP. So right now, AUVI doesn't look terrible here. Again, it just came down, put in this double bottom off the VWAP, above the trend line. You are building higher highs, higher lows. You're in a nice little uptrend for the day. And what I would say is you could probably get back up towards around, the 390s. So I see another maybe 25 to 30 cents of potential to the upside. And I see your risk being about 13 cents at this point in time. So I see 30 cents of upside potential with about, 11 to 12 cents of risk. Keep AUVI on watch above the VWAP and above this trend line back up towards around 390 to 395. So watching AUVI at this point in time. And just kind of looking at EVOK to see if EVOK is going to get that move, but it's just not budging, is it? It's not budging. It's not doing anything, but if it starts moving, look out, because we all know it could really start taking on off. It's a very low float stock. It's 3 million in float. It could definitely take on off once we get some action, once we get some hype, if we get the action, if we get the hype. So right now, you guys know what the drill is on EVOK, so keep your eyes peeled there. And then AUVI, you guys know the plan. Keep your eyes peeled on AUVI. Other than that, You know, we may still have some action with AERC, but it's a little slow right now, losing volume. RDBX slowing down, losing volume. REV slowing down, losing volume. As far as fresh setups, you may have something on AUVI, maybe, right off this trend line, right off that VWAP, a little bit of that double bottom. It's worth just keeping on watch. And then I think EVOK is worth keeping on watch as well. So how many, before we dive into more of discussions and topics and answering questions, okay? How many traders over on YouTube right now sent me an email this morning? How many of you were on TikTok that heard the announcement that sent me an email? If it's like 80 people, then I may just go ahead and share those details with you now in the next maybe 20 minutes as we start wrapping up our morning versus having to send 80 emails. Today it's going to be hard, but right now we do have RDBX, guys. You have RDBX after the break of the downtrend, breaking that VWAP as well. Nice pullback into the VWAP, and now we're bouncing. If you guys are asking, how come you're not taking this trade? Why are you not buying it right now? Why am I not buying it right now, guys? Well, because we said, wait for the break of the downtrend to get in. So you have a downtrend, 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 right? Resistance, 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 resistance. And then we break. Your entry was way down here. Your entry was way down here. Not way up here, but way down here at the break of the downtrend. So I'm just calling out what we see. We have a nice break of the downtrend. Those were your entries. Nice pullback to the VWAP. Nice bounce. Now you want to see this follow through. You'd like to see this go ahead and start breaking over that 1150. And if you can, where are you going to next? I would say back up towards around 1180, 1184 here on RDBX. If you guys were long for the break of that downtrend. If you guys are long on EVOK, you guys are doing okay right now. Getting in right here around 3, maybe 302, 303. You guys are currently up about 5-6 cents a share. It's something. And again, you have a great risk reward plan. If you wanted to put your stops here below low a day, you can do that. And your target at VWAP is a 2-to-1 setup. So you are at a 2-to-1 setup based on that initial plan. Okay, so you got EVOK breaking its downtrend. Maybe you guys are making some entries. Who knows? Maybe some of you guys are taking profits up 9 cents, up 8 cents. You guys know me in this kind of market, I'd probably be locking in some profits just to go ahead and get paid. But you guys are looking decent right now. $3 must hold. You held 3. You broke the downtrend. You have room to that. 314, 315. That was your first target. Remember that prior high. And then if you break that prior high, up to the VWAP. So right now, you guys are getting in at 301, 302. You just hit your first target or you're getting close. You should be ready to take some profits. I know it's not $1 to the upside. I know it's not $1 million trade, but it's a trade and it's profitable. You are currently up a 1-to-1 right now. You're risking 15 cents. You're up 15 cents. You can absolutely scale out and lock in profits right there at that prior high. That was your first target. Do the right thing. Okay, if it pulls back, you're still okay. I still think you have potential to that VWAP, but you should be putting yourself in a position to lock in profits. It is 11:38. It is starting to slow down a little bit. We are coming into lunch. So do the right thing. Make the best decision. Absolutely. I'm glad you waited as well. So again, as long as you do not crack below 220, you have that room to 265. Now, Armando, one thing I want to point out is the market's the market. It can do whatever the heck it wants to do, right? Absolutely. So I see resistance at 265. I'm greedy. I want to see the stock stay below 265. Why is that? Because if we stay below 265 today, and we close just like this, let's say it's 4 o'clock and that's how we just closed. I like this tomorrow for a mid-candle breakout. I love mid-candle breakouts. So I'm a little greedy, and I want to see it close just like this, because it's tradable for tomorrow off the mid-candle breakout. But if it does break 265, it could rip and run today. Absolutely, it could rip and run. Where could it go? It could go back up to $3. It could go to $3.32. And then it could push back up to yesterday's highs over $4. Okay. So right now, AUVI is starting to crack the trend line. EVOK is way too slow, but it's slightly profitable. AERC looking like it wants to roll on over. RDBX, your entry was back down at 11. You're just watching this now to see how high she's going to go. Maybe back up to that prior high to lock in profits. REV is choppy. Do you guys see anything at this point in time that looks like it has fantastic potential? Anything that you see that you're like, Josh, this is the trade? How are you sleeping on this right now? This is the stock. This is the trade, dude. Put your focus there. Let's go. BKSY about to make another run. Let's go look at BKSY. I don't know. It's a little slow in my opinion. Pete, little slow in my opinion. You know, not a lot of volume to really see this thing get going. You know, what do we normally trade volume-wise on this stock? You know, we can see, 5 mil, 2 mil, 4 mil, 3 mil. What do we trade in the day? About 1.3 mil compared to yesterday, 2.7. Yeah, maybe not today. Maybe coming on up. I don't know. I don't really see a lot here on BKSY. But that's just at first glance on the technicals. I don't know what the short percentage is. I don't know anything else about the stock. But at first glance, I'm like, I'm not sure. Not sure. I may wait for a lower position for a potential overnight swing trade or not. Yeah. I personally, again, just so you guys know, I do not swing trade mid-candle breakouts. It's very rare that I swing trade a mid-candle. I wait until pre-market. I wait until the market opens. And then I look for entries for possible mid-candle breakouts. Creative thinking, I'm just 100 shares of EVOK. Took a little off and moved the stops to break even. 1 share, 100 shares, 1,000,000 shares. The trade's the trade. The percentage is the percentage. The profit per share is the profit per share. Obviously, going from 100 shares to 1,000,000 shares, your profits are just more substantial. Your risks are a lot bigger. Your losses are a lot bigger. You have to get consistent with making money with 100 shares. Then you have to be consistent with making money on 500 shares, and then 1,000, and then 10,000, and then 20,000. Okay, if you can be consistent, locking in profits with 100 share positions, could be $5, $10, $5, $10, $5, $10, and you start working your way into scaling that times 10. Now it's not just $5, $10. Now it's $50 to $100. That's your average, 50 to 100. Then you get consistent with that, and then you're ready to scale up even more. Now you're making 500 to 1,000, and the sky's the limit at that point. The sky is the limit. So right now, congratulations for taking that trade, and I'm very proud of you for locking in profits. I know with 100 shares, you can let this thing breathe 20 cents and it not phase you, but you're doing the right thing. You built a plan, and you're honoring your plan. You're locking in profits where you should be locking in profits, because if this were a 1,000,000 share position, you would be locking in profits. So why not do that with 100 shares? It's the same trade. It's the same approach. The only thing that changes is the position sizing, is the risk tolerance. So that attitude and that mindset and that discipline and those positive actions that you're taking right now and you're making right now is great. That's going to build a good habit. So when you start taking bigger size, you're still going to do the same thing with repetition, with consistency. The only thing that's going to change are those profits. So good job on that. Yeah, CMRA is just like, whoop, let's go. Like I said, I wanted to be greedy. I wanted to be greedy on CMRA. I wanted to see it back below 265, but we got some action here on CMRA team. So right now, CMRA right up to $3. We do have room to like 335. And then we could possibly see a retest of yesterday's highs. So right now we have some room to 335. You broke that 265 with great volume. Maybe we get a nice little dip buy. Maybe we got a nice little scalp opportunity here on CMRA. So I'm watching CMRA like a hawk right now at this point in time. So right now, we are watching CMRA as we had a very nice volume break. We broke over yesterday's close, and yesterday's close was 265. So if we get a nice big pullback, a nice big red candle to 265 on CMRA, that's a dip buy, guys. That's a dip buy. So right now, CMRA is the #1 stock that we are currently watching. I'd like to see this dump below 3 and just get smacked back down to 265 for a nice little dip buy opportunity. But right now, it honestly doesn't look like it's going to make that drop on down. It looks like it's going to keep squeezing on up, but I can't touch it right here. I can't be buying it here at high a day. I want to see it dump on down right to that 265 level and grab this for a nice little dip buy opportunity. That's what I would like to see. So let's see what we have coming on up with CMRA. Right now, if it does continue to rip and run, you have potential to 335 and then 358. So those are your next levels of resistance, 335 and 358 here on CMRA. She is going and not slowing down, huh? So right now, again, 335 to 358, but I can't touch the stock here. I cannot touch this stock down here or up here whatsoever. After it broke 266, you had that quick little consolidation above 3, but again, it wasn't clear enough. It just wasn't. It just wasn't enough. There wasn't enough separate reasons to be getting in here right above $3. I know it broke 3 and consolidated quickly, but again, we're all set. I'm pretty mad at myself, but I made my daily goal. Do not be mad at yourself when you make your daily goal. Do not be mad whatsoever. At all. Don't be mad. Here's what I would do, Armando, is just learn from this. What could you have done differently to see better results? To see different results? Well, instead of getting 100% out, maybe you got out 50%. Right? If you would have taken 50% profit instead of 100%, you'd still have 50% on the table. You'd be exceeding your goal. But in that moment, you made the right decision to take profit. Because let's say it didn't do anything and it sat sideways all day. You still had the opportunity to sell your other 50% later in the day. But you left something on the table just in case that happened. And it did happen. You would have paid yourself a lot more. But if it didn't happen and it would have just sat sideways all day, you still would have gotten out right around the same price for the same reward and still hit your daily goal. So going all out, congratulations. You hit your daily goal. You made money. Taking 50%, and then at the end of the day, taking 50%, assuming it was at the same price, you still come out, on top, hitting your daily goal. But by leaving that 50% on the table, leaving that 25% on the table, whatever it is, you do put yourself in a position to continue to lock in more profits if we get those big time rips and if we get those big time moves. So maybe that's one thing that you do differently on your next trade is if you're like, you know what, I still see the potential. I still think it could rip and run, but I want to lock in profits. Take half your position, get paid, and put a hard stop in the system for the rest. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. You're still locking in profits. If it rips, it rips. You're locking in even more profits. Could CMRA still retest 264 for the dip buy? Absolutely. I still have an order typed up. I still have an order typed up for CMRA. If we do indeed just go red here, just a nice big red candle straight down, I do expect to see it bounce at 265, 266. But right now, it looks pretty strong to the upside. EVOK was your trade, right? EVOK was a trade 30 minutes ago. And we actually have some traders in here taking it, right? For the break of the downtrend off 3. Stops were going to be here at like 287. You're taking a little bit of profit there at 315. And you're going to take the rest of your profit up there around 330. So congratulations. All right. So AUVI, anything there? Nope. AERC, nope. RDBX slowing on down. But that was a good trade for the break of that downtrend. It got up to one of your first targets at 1140. So you got about 30 to 40 cents out of RDBX. It's not terrible. But right now, EVOK is not doing all that bad. EVOK is not too shabby at this point in time. And again, we got CMRA. CMRA making some moves. So again, maybe back down around that 266 for a dip buy. Again, that's off yesterday's lows. Or I'm sorry, yesterday's close. Close and lows sound the same. So right now, I'd like to see this candle just straight red back down to yesterday's close at 265 for a possible dip buy. You're talking maybe 5 to 10 cents at most. But it's got to dump. It's got to literally just dump right now from $3 to 265 in one candle. Literally, it's got to drop right now 30 cents in one candle as fast as possible. The faster, the better. One candle straight down, 5 seconds. That's fantastic. That's a dip buy opportunity. So right now, let's see what we have coming on up with CMRA. EVOK is still looking good. You're at 324 right now, traders. 324. You're about 5 to 7 cents away from target. You're about 5 to 7 cents away from your target. Don't be greedy over a couple cents. Do not be greedy over 5 cents. You're up already 25 cents a share. Don't be greedy for that extra 5 cents. Okay? So with that being said, you're at 326, 327, 329. You're scaling out a little bit more right now, right here. You're scaling out a little bit more right here, right now at your VWAP. You're up 30 cents a share. You're up 10% on that trade. Okay? Now, If you're like, Josh, I think it's going to 350, 360. I think it's going to $4. What should you do on EVOK? Well, you locked in a little bit, maybe 25% of your position at 315. Now you're locking in a little bit more at that 330 level. So now you're out 50%. You've sold 50% of your position. You are profitable. You just put money in your pocket. But how do you keep that money in your pocket? You now take the remainder position that you have, the other 50% of your position, you put it at break even, a stop loss at your cost basis. So if your cost basis was $3 and you want to walk away profitable and keep that money in your pocket, what do? You take that stop loss from $2.85, you bring it up to $3. So if the stock comes back down to $3 and you get stopped out, what did you make? Well, you made 15 cents on 25% of your position. You made 30 cents per share on 25% of your position. And then the other 50% of your position was zeroed out. But if you keep your stop loss where it is right now, you made 25%, or I'm sorry, you made 15 cents on 25% of your position, right? You took 25% at 315. And then you took another 25% of your position at 330. And if you keep that stop loss at 285 and you get stopped out, you're actually going to break even on that trade. You're green right now. You're realizing profits. But if you do not bring your stop loss up to your cost basis, you'll actually break even on that trade. So to realize profits, to stay green on the trade, you bring your stop to break even, if that's the way you want to go about it. Or you say, you know what? It's lunchtime. It's probably not going to do anything for the next 3 hours anyway. Let me just lock it all up. Take it all. Get paid, right? You're up 5-10% on the trade in literally 30 minutes. Less than that, about 15, 20 minutes. Or you make that decision to say, you know what? I'm completely out 110%. I'm taking my 20, 25, 30 cents a share. I'm getting paid before lunch. Now I'm going to go eat and enjoy lunch. So there's so many things that you can do. And those are the right approaches. Either A, bring your stop loss up to break even, continue to hold a runner to see if it continues the rip and run over lunch, or you just get completely out because it is lunchtime. That's when the market typically slows down and you're walking away profitable. Creative thinking. Locked in some profits. Boo, boo. Good job. Good work on that trade. That was fantastic. Congratulations. So real quick before we dive into lunch, all right, do we have anything with SIDU team? We do not. We're not watching that. EVOK. I think we should keep this one on watch over lunch above $3. So if you're trading over lunch and you're saying, Josh, what stocks should I have on watch over lunch hours that may have potential over lunch, that have potential towards the end of the day? I would say EVOK, you want to keep this on watch above $3. Right? So $3 support over lunch, you want to see that stock hold on up. So that's one, EVOK for sure. And then CMRA. CMRA has support down at 265. And we have resistance between 335 and 360. That's where you'd have some resistance between 330 and 360. Now, if you can break over that top resistance level of 360, boom, you have room to 4. Over 4, boom, you have room to yesterday's high in the 430s. Right now, support's back down at 265. So the top two stocks you are watching over lunch, top two penny stocks, you're watching CMRA. You're watching EVOK. These are the best stocks right now at this point in time. These are the top stocks that have the best potential over lunch and at the end of the day. Okay, now could we see something else moving on up? Sure we could. But right now, they're not worth your time over lunch. What is worth your time? CMRA and EVOK. All right? The spine, the Qs. I mean, wouldn't you guys agree that it's been more of a choppy day? Don't get me wrong, we had some decent action here out of the gate, but do you really see a trade in hindsight that you would have taken? Do you see a trade in hindsight that you would have taken? Maybe that head and shoulders formation on the SPY? That's a trade in hindsight that you could have taken, but let's be honest. Was there really some crystal clear, awesome opportunities here on the SPY out of the gate? And you can't even see it in hindsight. Hindsight's always 20/20. You could always see a setup after the fact. But you look at the SPY right now and look at what it's done over the past, 2.5 hours. Not really anything, right? The Qs. Did you really have anything on the Qs? Yeah, there was one good trade that you see in hindsight. Crack of the trend line. That was it. Since then, have you really seen too much? Not really. A little bit on the choppy side. And we expected that coming into our day, knowing that, hey, the market historically is slow and choppy the day of the Fed meeting, especially the week of the Fed meeting. All right, so I would expect to see the Qs and the SPY remain sideways, remain choppy up until 2:30. I will be back at 2:30 to dive into the Fed meeting. So we will be here. We'll be reviewing that data, listening in on what the Fed has to say, see how the markets move, get prepared, and see if we can find some opportunity to lock in some profits here with the SPY and the Qs. All right, so through lunch, I expect to see the SPY and the Qs choppy through lunch. Okay, CMRA, one of the top penny stocks to be watching over lunch. EVOK, the second top stock to be watching over lunch. Other than that, everything else is on the back burner. Okay, AUVI is on the back burner. AERC is on the back burner. RDBX, REV on the back burner. All right, traders. So, good job and good work. Way to come in, way to make it happen, and way to crush it, ladies and gentlemen. I know it was a really choppy day for me, but again, we broke it down with some nice lessons and great mindset discussion behind my day and how I was feeling and how I'm bouncing back and how I'm going about the rest of my day. It was a great learning lesson. Like I say all the time, learn from my successes, but learn from my mistakes as well. How do we learn the best? We learn from mistakes, guys. That's how we're able to learn. Every successful person is successful because they're making mistakes, learning from those mistakes, and moving forward. Talk to any successful person in the world, right? It's because they make so many mistakes and they realize what went wrong and they realize what not to do the next time around. So I love making mistakes. I really do, because it allows me to bounce back stronger than before. So learn from my mistakes. Learn what not to do in the market. Learn when to take a step back. Learn when to not trade. Learn how to really grind and really focus on that mindset. All right, traders? So enjoy your lunch. I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30 for our FOMC meeting. Looking to see what we have as far as opportunity in the market. Looking to see if we can lock in some profits and end this day profitable. I'll see you guys back here right around 2:30. Enjoy your lunch. And if you have any questions whatsoever, don't hesitate. Drop them here inside of chats. Let me know here over on YouTube. And again, YouTubers, we will be live until 7 p.m. So I will see you back here at 2 o'clock as well. So do not go anywhere. Stay here on YouTube. We'll be back around 2:30. We'll end our day with some profits. And same goes to you, traders inside of chat. Enjoy your lunch. If you have any questions, let me know. Let's end it the way we always end it, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Oh, hold on. That wasn't a good woo. That wasn't a good woo. I thought I was going to clip it. Let's do it again. In 3, in 2, in 1. Woo! Did you guys hear that? Was that better? You want to do it again? In 3, in 2, in 1. It's not even picking it up now. It's so weird. Woo! And it's too loud. We got to figure this out, but we'll figure it out. You got 4 woos from me. You're fired up. You're excited. I just got to find a way to do these woos without it distorting the audio and it clipping. So, woo! There we go, baby. Enjoy your lunch. If you have any questions, let me know. I'll see you guys back here in about 2 hours. Take care, traders. I'll see you soon. And again, trade smart and trade safe.
help me with the words to say, 'cause I can't hide how I'm feeling. I can't describe, so challenging. Can't amplify the meaning. Look at how we vibe together. I could never ask for more. Giving me that smile, you better. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. And get high off of your love. I just need it. High off of your love. And you see it. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms where I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love. Given to me, I'll do the same. Just like destiny is calling, I'll give the match, you start the flame. Get to the point where we're styling. I gave you the keys, just untied. And this is what you came here for. Let's not talk all together. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. Off of your love. I just need it. Off of your love. Of your love. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms where I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love.
Bringing out the best of me. It's time to get move on. 'Cause I know the rest of me is destiny to get strong. I can feel the dark emerging, time to put in my wrong. It's time to shine the side. I've held it for too long. Move on. Held it for too long. Move on, 'cause I know the rest of me is destiny to get strong. I can feel the dark emerging, time for purging my wrong.
like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. Lose all track of time and every day's the weekend. Sun doesn't go down and we were kings and queens. And Sunday we would say, go back in the day. Remember how you felt tonight. 'Cause you make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti.
We're 5 games in, but it's still all to play for as we get ready for Game 6 of the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV. As we enter the final stretch to determine who takes the title, the Celtics are back home to go head-to-head with the Warriors. With no cable box, long-term contracts, or hidden fees, you can get started in minutes and watch Game 6 of the NBA Finals live tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern on ABC with YouTube TV. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Try it free. New users only. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Is your head spinning? Is your heart racing? Is there fire in your veins? Are your bones burning? Is your skin yearning? 'Cause you're driving me insane. I kinda feel like I saw the light. You got me way up 1,000 miles. Can we stay right here in this atmosphere like we're flying out in space? Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Are your hands shaking? Are your fists breaking? Are you climbing over walls? Are the times changing? Is the noise fading? 'Cause I wanna get it all. Don't look down. Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look down.
used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm to dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on thousands, and we'll grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays, and on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go. Yes, I'ma get that bass the way she said it. Don't smoke in my face and I'ma let it stay the way it is. Yeah, lay down, I'm on my head, I'm circling Murata, she look like she wanna. I'm on my head, tell me what you thought of. What did you say that you need it, show that you want me, yeah. Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it, show that you want me, yeah. Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? You want me to, you want me to, you want me to, you want me to, you want me to love you. You want me to love you. You want me to love you. Yeah. I'm on my head. Wait. Circling Murata, she look like she wanna. I'm on my head. Wait. Tell me what you thought of. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me, yeah. Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me, yeah. Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me, yeah. Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me, Circling Murata, eating me alive, yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it?
This Pride, everyone's gonna come through for LGBTQ plus youth. And you can too!
Come through!
Create a YouTube short showing how you're stepping up for Pride using the hashtag #YouTubePrideChallenge.
Come through.
And show support for the Trevor Project. Come through for Pride and LGBTQ plus youth on YouTube Shorts. Visit youtube.com/pride.
Come through.
I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, and so hard to get it. And so hard to get it. I used to be the ghost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. Used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. It's so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the ghost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it.
I'm in trouble. Yeah, I let you down yet again. I'm a villain to you. So sudden. It's a riddle to please you. I guess I'ma need to take my time to save my pride again. Is I paying some right for the sake of just making amends? We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall. Maybe I'm not enough for you, or maybe I'm not enough to prove. Maybe it's just time for us to close this chapter. Kept on reeling, held on to a feeling. So why would I keep you when there was no reason? I guess I don't need to take my time to save my pride again. There's a place I'm right for the sake of just making amends. We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall. Maybe I'm not enough for you, or maybe I'm not enough to prove. Maybe it's just time for us to close this chapter.
Cover them up so you don't see beyond the mask. My world's a dying star. Falling for you is bury me in smoke and ash. In smoke and ash. Me in smoke and ash. In smoke and ash.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Florida drivers, before you hit the road, be sure your phone is set to Do Not Disturb. Driving is you time, and you're worth it. So put that phone out of reach because safety is self-care, and we love that for you. Follow @myfdog for more safe driving tips, but, you know, after you get where you're going. Brought to you by the Florida Department of Transportation.
Tú vainas y todo simple, let me take the control, yeah. Tú vainas y todo simple, let me take the control, yeah. Tú Tú bailas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Te reto a que me mires in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party, I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody goes inside me, up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody goes inside me. I can meet it in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party, I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. Melody goes inside me, 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 inside me. Tú bailas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Te reto a que me mires in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love, love, love. Up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody, melody, me, up, up. Up, up, goes inside me, up, up. Melody goes inside me, up, up. Up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody, me, up, up. Up, up, goes inside me, up, up. Melody goes inside me.
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car, hit the button, drive real far, but that record only die. I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new day. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you O'Reilly.
Restore shine and protect your interior with Armor All cleaning and protectant wipes at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, buy 2 canisters of Armor All wipes and get 1 free. Plus, you'll earn double O Rewards points. Clean, shine, and protect with Armor All wipes available at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or shop online at O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. me eat my weight in glee. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is the one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the 4-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
We're 5 games in, but it's still all to play for as we get ready for Game 6 of the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV. As we enter the final stretch to determine who takes the title, the Celtics are back home to go head-to-head with the Warriors. With no cable box, long-term contracts, or hidden fees, you can get started in minutes and watch Game 6 of the NBA Finals live tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern on ABC with YouTube TV. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Try it free. New users only. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I just need
been trying to find my way back home. And Lord, just give me a sign, 'cause I've been fighting with my soul, 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 my soul, my soul, my soul. I know I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time. I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time. I've been losing my mind every time that I'm out of bed. Do I know that I'm down, or am I convinced in my own head? My own head, my own head, my own head. I've been trying to find my way back home. And Lord, just give me a sign, 'cause I've been fighting with my soul, 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 with my I know I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time. I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time. I know I'll get better. I know I'll get better. I'll get better. I know I'll get better. Just give me some time.
Help me with the words to say, 'cause I can't hide how I'm feeling. I can't describe, so challenging. Can't help but feel the meaning. Look at how we vibe together. I could never ask for more. Giving me that smile, you better. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. And get high off of your love. I just need it. High off of your love. And you see it. High of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms where I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get high of your love. Given to me, I'll do the same. Just like destiny is calling, I'll give the match, you start the flame. Get to the point where we're styling. I gave you the keys just in time, and this is what you came here for. Let's meant to go together, 'cause you're the one that I adore. Off of your love, I just need it. Off of your love, of your love, of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms where I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love.
With YouTube TV, watch live TV like cable, but without long-term contracts or hidden fees. Don't let life come between you and your favorite game show. YouTube TV has unlimited DVR space, personalized recommendations, plus you get 6 accounts per household, so everyone can watch and record what they want. Get started in minutes. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Sign up now. Terms apply.
Bringing out the best of me. It's time to get move on. 'Cause I know the rest of me is destiny to get strong. I feel the dark emerging, time for purging my wrong. It's time to shine the side of beautiful move on.
attention, time for purging my wrong. It's time to shine the light of beautiful to you make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. Lose all track of time, and every day's the weekend. Sun doesn't go down, and we were kings and queens, and someday we will say, go back in the day. Remember how you felt tonight, 'cause you make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti.
Is your head spinning? Is your heart racing? Is there fire in your veins? Are your bones burning? Is your skin yearning? 'Cause you're driving me insane. I kinda feel like I saw the light. You got me way up 1,000 miles. Can we stay right here in this atmosphere like we're flying out in space? Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look down. Don't look climbing over walls? Are the times changing? Is the noise fading? 'Cause I wanna get it all. Don't look down.
I used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same, we want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same, we want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same, we want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same, we want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you, by you. What is it worth? We are all the same, we want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved.
We're 5 games in, but it's still all to play for as we get ready for Game 6 of the NBA Finals presented by YouTube TV. As we enter the final stretch to determine who takes the title, the Celtics are back home to go head-to-head with the Warriors. With no cable box, long-term contracts, or hidden fees, you can get started in minutes and watch Game 6 of the NBA Finals live tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern on ABC with YouTube TV. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Try it free. New users only. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
Till I get up, time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. will grow in number, fueled by them to see the horizon, turn us to thousands. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go. Yes, I'ma get that bass the way she said it. Don't smoke in my face and I'ma let it stay the way it is. Yeah, hey now, I'm on my head, I'm circling around her. She look like she wanna. I'm on my head. Tell me what you thought of. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Yeah. I'm circling around her, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Yeah. I'm circling around her, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling around her, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Yeah. Circling around her, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling around her, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it?
I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, and so hard to get it. And so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. Used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. It's so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it.
I'm in trouble. Yeah, I let you down yet again. I'm a villain to you. So sudden. It's a riddle to please you. I guess I'ma need to take my time to save my pride again. Is a place alright for the sake of just making amends? We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall. Maybe I'm not enough for you, or maybe I'm not enough to prove. Maybe it's just time for us to close this chapter. Kept on reeling, held on to a feeling. So why would I keep you when there was no reason? I guess I don't need to take my time to save my pride again. There's a place I'm right for the sake of just making amends. We could have had it all, but our tears are gonna fall. Maybe I'm not enough for you, or maybe I'm not enough to prove. Maybe it's just time for us to close this chapter.
Where are you headed? What comes next for us? What if? What now? Where to? Every question is a catalyst for possibility, the first domino of discovery. Without questions, how will we become something more? Realize what we need next. Start discovering your change at surveymonkey.com/questions.
and smoke and
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. Oh, you meant the world to me. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me, that's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. That's why I give you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Hear that? That's what cooked when you order juicy beef sounds like. The steaming hug of 2 slices of melted cheese, the crunch of tangy pickles and sliced onions, all topped with a toasted sesame seed bun. That's the sound of a McDonald's Quarter Pounder with cheese.
Fresh beef at participating U.S. McDonald's. Excludes Alaska, Hawaii, and U.S. territories.
Tú vainas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Tú vainas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Tú vainas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Tú vainas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Te reto a que me mires in your eyes and see no lies. The party is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party up, up. Goes inside me, up. Melody goes inside me, up. Goes inside me, up. Melody goes inside me. I can need it in your eyes, but they don't lie. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no.
I just wanna turn the party. I had a melody in my bones. Melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no. Melody goes inside me, 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 inside me. Tú bailas y todo es simple, let me take the control, yeah. Directo, aquí me miras in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love, love, love. Love goes inside me, love, love. Melody, melody, me, love, love. Love goes inside me, love, love. Melody goes inside me, love, love. Love goes inside me, love, love. Melody, me, love, love. Love goes inside me, love, love. Melody goes inside me.
I can't wait to leave this town, 'cause lately I've been feeling down. The cold nights just don't feel the same. Oh, like my life inside a car. Hit the button, drive real far. Put that record on me like, I'm dreaming of you, I dream of a new life. Fight in the dark till we see the sunlight. My love, it's you
Where are you headed? What comes next for us? What if? What now? Where to? Every question is a catalyst for possibility, the first domino of discovery. Without questions, how will we become something more? Realize what we need next. Start discovering your change at surveymonkey.com/questions.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let let me eat my weight in glee. I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Counting like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. What's up and what's going on? And welcome back to Power Hour Trading. How are we all doing? I hope you guys had a wonderful lunch, and I hope you guys are all fired up, ready to rock, ready to roll, and ready to make it happen. So let's make it happen. Let's have some fun, and let's identify some opportunity in the market and lock in some profits. So yes, as you guys may know, they went with 75 basis points. That's exactly what we were expecting. So Federal Reserve hiking rates by 75 basis points in bold bid to halt inflation. So the Federal Reserve raised its key policy rate by 75 basis points on Wednesday, the biggest rate hike since 1994, and signaled further increases as the central bank struggles to bring inflation under control. The bold move is designed to help bring the supply-demand situation back to balance. By raising the interest rates, borrowing money becomes more expensive for consumers and businesses. As financial conditions tighten, spending, i.e. demand, is expected to decline, which in turn should push down inflation. That's that soft and narrow landing that we hear all the time on CNBC, right? Raising rates to lower the spending, and lowering the spending will obviously help with, demand. And if you have less demand, right, that's going to bring the prices down. But if you raise the rates too much and it's costing too much money to spend money, right? It's costing way too much money to borrow. You're trying to slow spending down too much. That's where you kind of come into that soft and narrow landing, is they want to cool the economy down. They want to fix these supply chain demand issues and curb inflation and fight inflation and stop it and bring it back down. But there's that fine line they're treading on. And that fine line is, if they're too aggressive and they slow spending down too much, that could throw us into a recession, and they don't want to throw us into a recession. All right. So right now we got 75 basis points, but it really comes down to what is said around 230. Exactly. How he answers a few key questions and how his tone will be a direction maker. Absolutely. 100%. And that's exactly what we were expecting. So the market's relatively neutral. The market was at 377.64 before the announcement. Quick spike, drop. It's pretty neutral. It seemed like it's stabilized. Now, yes, there's volatility. Yes, there's volume. That's expected. But it's not a huge rip and a continuation. It's not a huge dump and a continuation. It's pretty much flat. It's down about $1 from that 2 o'clock press release. Yeah, these bots on YouTube are way too much. I mean, that is nuts on how many bots there are. Wow. Wow, it's so many. So many. All right. So, what do we have in penny stock land? CMRA. Do we have anything with CMRA? Yeah, absolutely. We should keep it on watch. For sure. We never came back down to that 266. But since 12, we haven't really done too much. But yeah, definitely. Let's watch CMRA coming on up. Support's back down around 3. Top resistance at 4. One big U shape back up to $4 is definitely a possibility. Let's see what it does around 4. EVOK, that's coming off the watch list. AUVI. We'll come back to it. AERC. Was that my mid-candle breakout trade? That was the mid-candle breakout trade. This thing went absolutely nuclear. Absolutely bananas. They're on AERC. Jesus, 23 buckarooskies. My goodness, what a move there. So support right now. Yeah, a little bit of this head and shoulders formation. Is AERC shortable? A little bit of that head and shoulders formation here. And it does have room back down to 1850. Let's keep it on watch. AERC, definitely on watch. We have room back down to 1850. RDBX, too choppy. REV, there's better opportunity out there. So right now, AERC, definitely a top stock. And then CMRA, definitely a top stock. What about SIDU? Do we have anything with SIDU? Not really. EVOK, we just took that off the watch list. It's dead. VEDU, nothing there. KOSS was hitting the scanner, nothing there. ARMP, nothing. All right, 2 stocks, 2 pennies. CMRA number 1, AERC number 2. That's what we have coming on up, team. J-Dub got some profits, baby. Woo, look at you. Is that a bounce back, dude? Is that a bounce back from being down 202 to being up 17? Dude, look at you, J-Dub. Look at you, buddy. Nice little bounce back there. Solid. Bright Shadow, 185 on TQs. Very nice. Dougie, fresh, baby. What's up? CMRA 101 on the day. Asif, 135. Kamal, spending all of his time over in Profits Chat. He loves Profits Chat so much, he doesn't even want to be with the team. He just wants to sit in Profits Chat and just talk. I love it, dude. I love it. You can moderate profits. Make sure everybody's posting up profits. Are we live right now? I think we are live. Making sure. Make sure you guys are set to live on your streams. Tillery price target slashed by 50%. What did TLRY do? A little bit of a drop down to 3. I was just reading some articles. Reading some articles here. Yeah, 228. And Mr. Stir dropped that link there inside of alerts for us all. So definitely there is the link. Mr. Stir dropped that over in alerts for you guys. I'll go ahead and copy that and repaste that. And what I'll be doing is I'll be obviously listening, tuning in, seeing what they have to say. I'll keep my mic open, but if I'm quiet, just understand that I'm listening, really trying to digest, really trying to take this in. And what I'll go ahead and do is I will also open up the audio so you guys can listen here as well.
Buy a car with a text?
Because that's going to be coming up in the next 30 seconds. All right, so we're just kind of waiting. We are waiting. It should be right now. I'm gonna refresh and see if it loads anything.
A monster was attacking, but the team remained calm. Because with Miro, they could problem solve together and find the answer that was right under their nose. Or his nose.
So while we wait, let's see what we have going on with pennies. Again, I'm watching CMRA here, and I'm absolutely watching AERC. You have a little bit of this head and shoulders formation here on AERC. I do see potential for this to come back down towards around 1849 and actually it's 1850. 1850 was Monday's spiking high. So that's going to be a decent little level of support back down towards around that 1850. And then I would say if we crack below 1850, back down to yesterday's high of 1748. We are all set. Let's go ahead and tune in to see what Mr. Powell has to say. Uncle Powell.
Inflation is causing. We're strongly committed to bringing inflation back down, and we're moving expeditiously to do so. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2.5 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight, and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the Federal Open Market Committee raised its policy interest rate by 0.75 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in that rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. Overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter as unusually sharp swings in inventories and net exports more than offset continued strong underlying demand. Recent indicators suggest that real GDP growth has picked up this quarter, with consumption spending remaining strong. In contrast, growth in business fixed investment appears to be slowing, and activity in the housing sector looks to be softening, in part reflecting higher mortgage rates. The tightening in financial conditions that we've seen in recent months should continue to temper growth and help bring demand into better balance with supply. As shown in our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants have marked down their projections for economic activity, with the median projection for real GDP growth running below 2% through 2024. The labor market has remained extremely tight, with the unemployment rate near a 50-year low, job vacancies at historical highs, and wage growth elevated. Over the past 3 months, employment rose by an average of 408,000 jobs per month, down from the average pace seen earlier in the year, but still robust. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, while labor supply remains subdued, with the labor force participation rate little changed since January. FOMC participants expect supply and demand conditions in the labor market to come into better balance, easing the upward pressures on wages and prices. The median projection in the SEP for the unemployment rate rises somewhat over the next few years, moving from 3.7% at the end of this year to 4.1% in 2024, levels that are noticeably above the March projections. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in April, total PCE prices rose 6.3%, excluding the volatile food and energy categories. Core prices rose 4.9%. In May, the 12-month change in the Consumer Price Index came in above expectations at 8.6%, and the change in the core CPI was 6%. Aggregate demand is strong. Supply constraints have been larger and long-lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broad range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is boosting prices for gasoline and food and is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to exacerbate supply chain disruptions. FOMC participants have revised up their projections for inflation this year, particularly for total PCE inflation, given developments in food and energy prices. The median projection is 5.2% this year and falls to 2.6% next year and 2.2% in 2024. Participants continue to see risks to inflation as weighted to the upside. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to returning inflation to our 2% objective. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.75 percentage point, resulting in a 1.5 percentage point increase in the target range so far this year. The committee reiterated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. And we are continuing the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet, which plays an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. Coming out of our last meeting in May, there was a broad sense on the committee that a 0.5 percentage point increase in the target range should be considered at this meeting if economic and financial conditions evolved in line with expectations. We also stated that we were highly attentive to inflation risks and that we would be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. Since then, inflation has again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections for inflation this year have been revised up notably. In response to these developments, the committee decided that a larger increase in the target range was warranted at today's meeting. This continues our approach of expeditiously moving our policy rate up to more normal levels, and it will help ensure that longer-term inflation expectations remain well anchored at 2%. As shown in the SEP, the median projection for the appropriate level of the federal funds rate is 3.4% at the end of this year, a percentage point and a half higher than projected in March, and 0.9 percentage point above the median estimate of its longer-run value. The median projection rises further to 3.8% at the end of next year and declines to 3.4% in 2024, still above the median longer-run value. Of course, these projections do not represent a committee plan or decision, and no one knows with any certainty where the economy will be a year or more from now. Over coming months, we will be looking for compelling evidence that inflation is moving down, consistent with inflation returning to 2%. We anticipate that ongoing rate increases will be appropriate. The pace of those changes will continue to depend on the incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. Clearly, today's 75 basis point increase is an unusually large one, and I do not expect moves of this size to be common. From the perspective of today, either a 50 basis point or a 75 basis point increase seems most likely at our next meeting. We will, however, make our decisions meeting by meeting and will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as we can. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal and to keep longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks and determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment.
Do you feel you boxed yourself in with the language you used at the last press conference on 50 basis point hikes in June and July? And would you please give us as detailed a sense as you can of what role you played
Man, that guy came out of nowhere. I don't know if it was just me, but didn't he just come out of nowhere like, bah! Like, screw you, J-Pal. We're coming right in with that loud question. This is what's important. Pay attention, right? This is what's important. His tone, his verbiage, what he says based on these questions. Let's pay attention, guys. Right now, the cues are ripping to the upside.
Effective when market participants understand how policy will evolve, when they understand our objective function, our reaction function. And in the current highly unusual circumstances with inflation well above our goal, we think it's helpful to provide even more clarity than usual, again, subject to uncertainty in the outlook. So, and I think over the course of this year, financial markets have responded and have generally shown that they understand the path we're laying out. Of course, it remains data dependent. And so that's what we generally think about guidance, and that's why we offer it. And of course, when I offered that guidance at the last meeting, I did say that it was subject to the economy performing about in line with expectations. I also said that if the economy performed, if data came in worse than expected, then we would consider moving even more aggressively. So we got the CPI data and also some data on inflation expectations late last week, and we thought for a while, and we thought, well, this is the appropriate thing to do. So then the question is, what do you do? And do you wait 6 weeks to do it at the next meeting? And I think the answer is that's not where we are with this. So we decided we needed to go ahead, and so we did. And that's really how we made the decision.
Okay, Gina?
Thanks for taking our questions. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. I guess I wonder if you could describe for us a little bit how you're deciding how aggressive you need to be. So obviously 75 today. What did 75 achieve that 50 wouldn't have, and why not just go for a full percentage point at some point?
Sure. So if you take a step back, what we're looking for is compelling evidence that inflationary pressures are abating and that inflation is moving back down. And we'd like to see that in the form of a series of declining monthly inflation readings. That's what we're looking for. And by this point, we had actually been expecting to see clear signs of at least inflation flattening out and ideally beginning to decline. We've said that we'd be data dependent, focused on incoming data, highly attentive to inflation risks, the things that I mentioned to Howard moments ago. So contrary to expectations, inflation again surprised to the upside. Some indicators of inflation expectations have risen, and projections of this year have moved up notably. So we thought that strong action was warranted at this meeting, and today we delivered that in the form of a 75 basis point rate hike, as I mentioned. So what was the point of it really is this. We've been moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels. And over the course of the 7 months since we pivoted and began moving in this direction, we've seen financial conditions tighten, and appropriately so. But the federal funds rate, even after this move, is at 1.6%. So again, the committee is moving rates up expeditiously to more normal levels, and we came to the view that we'd like to do a little more front-end loading on that. So I think that the SEP gives you the levels that people think are appropriate at given points in time. This was really about the speed with which you would get there. So as I mentioned, we 75 basis points today. I said the next meeting could well be about a decision between 50 and 75. That would put us at the end of the July meeting, in that range in that more normal range, and that's a desirable place to be because you begin to have more optionality there about the speed with which you would proceed going forward. Just talking about the SEP for a second, what it really says is that committee participants widely would like to see policy at a modestly restrictive level at the end of this year, and that's 6 months from now. And so much data and so much can happen. So remember how highly uncertain this is. But so that is generally a range of 3 to 3.5%. That's where people are, and that's what they want to see, knowing what they know now and understanding that we need to show resolve, but also be flexible to incoming data as we see it. If things are better, we don't need to do that much. And if they're not, then we either do that much or possibly even more. But in any case, it will be very data dependent. Then you're looking at next year, and what you're seeing is people see a bit more tightening and in a range of maybe 3.5% to 4%. And that's generally what people see as the appropriate path for getting inflation under control and starting back down and then getting back down to 2%. So 75 basis points seem like the right thing to do at this meeting, and that's what we did.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You have not used the phrase in a long time, monetary policy is in a good place, which is a phrase that you used to use often. Now that the committee is projecting 4% or 3.8% next year in terms of the funds rate, which is similar to where the market is now, the futures market of 4% funds rate next year, do you think that's a level that is going to be sufficiently high enough to deal with and bring down the inflation problem? And just as a follow-up, could you break that apart for me? How much of that is restrictive, and how much of that is a normal positive rate that ought to be embedded or not, in your opinion, in the funds rate? Thank you.
Sure. So the question really is, how high does the rate really need to go? And this is, the estimates on the committee are in that range of 3.5% to 4%. And how do you think about that? Well, you can think about the longer run neutral rate. You can compare it to that, and we think that's in the mid twos. You can look, frankly, at broader financial conditions. You can look at, asset prices. You can look at the effect you're having on the economy, rates, asset prices, credit spreads. All of those things go into that. You can also look at the yield curve and ask, all along the yield curve, where is the policy rate? So for much of the yield curve now, real rates are positive. That's not true at the short end. At the short end of the yield curve in the early years, you don't have you have negative rates still. So that really is one data point. It's one part of financial conditions. So I think I have to look at it this way. We move the policy rate. That affects financial conditions, and that affects the economy. We have, of course, rigorous ways to think about it, but ultimately it comes down to, do we think financial conditions are in a place where they're having the desired effect on the economy? And that desired effect is, we'd like to see, demand moderating. Demand is very hot still in the economy. We'd like to see the labor market getting better in balance between supply and demand, and that can happen both from supply and demand. Right now, demand is substantially higher than available supply, though. So we feel that there's a role for us in moderating demand. Those are the things we can affect with our policy tools. There are many things we can't affect, and those would be, the things, the commodity price issues that we're having around the world due to the war in Ukraine and the fallout from that, and also just all of the supply side things that are still, pushing upward on inflation. So that's really how I think I would think about it.
But does 3.8%, 4% get it done? Does it get the job done of breaking the back of inflation?
I think it's certainly in the range of plausible numbers. I think we'll know when we get there, really. I mean, honestly, that would be, you would have positive real rates, I think, and inflation coming down by then. I think you'd have positive real rates across the curve. I think that the neutral rate is pretty low these days, so I would think it would. But you know what? We're going to find that out empirically. We're not going to be completely model driven about this. We're going to be looking at this, keeping our eyes open and reacting to incoming data, both on financial conditions and on what's happening in the economy.
Thank you, Nick.
Thanks. Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've said that you like your policy to work through expectations, and now obviously this decision was something quite different from how you and almost all of your colleagues had set those expectations during the intermeeting period. And I know you just said that what changed was really the inflation data, the inflation expectations data, but I'm wondering, on the inflation expectations data, was there something you saw that was unsettling enough to risk eroding the credibility of your verbal guidance by doing something so different from what you had socialized before?
So if you look at we look at a broad range of inflation expectations. So you've got the public, you've got surveys of the public and of experts, and you've also got market-based. And I think if you look across that broad range of data, what you see is that expectations are...
All right, guys, I think we're good. I think we're good. I think we've heard everything we really needed to hear. And we're all set. So it really just comes down to, again, playing it one day at a time, one meeting at a time, one report at a time. Russia, Ukraine, can we come to a resolution? That's going to help out. That's going to help with, inflation. China, and the COVID thing and the lockdowns, that's going to help out. I mean, again, we're just have to take it, one day, 1 week, 1 month, one report at a time and kind of see where we're heading to next, guys. Still, there's a lot of things that we need to take care of, right? We're still not in the clear yet. We're still, obviously the Fed has a very hard job, a very challenging job, and they're trying to navigate this well, and they're trying to get us through these hard times, to not throw the economy into a recession, to not crash the stock market, to not do anything at all and the economy continue to be way too hot, they have a hard job right now. So again, I'm still more or less leaning to my original thesis that we've been talking about for the last about week and a half since it changed again. I do think we'll see some chop the next month or two. That's what I think. I think we'll see more chop than anything, personally. More or less, rest of this month, chop. July, chop. Really just seeing if we're going to stabilize or not. And, if we start to see the markets stabilizing and we're flat and we ever see any kind of good signs about inflation coming back down, and we see Russia, Ukraine no longer an issue, and, China and COVID, they're not locking down, and that's not going to, again, everything that we've discussed in the past and everything that we'll continue to discuss, I'm still leaning on my original thesis of possibly having these markets bottom in the summer months, and I'm looking to still buy in the summer months at this point in time. But again, right now, all we have in front of us is inflation still on the rise. The Fed has to be more aggressive. They'll probably stick with that 50 to 75 basis points. They don't see the need to go to 100 basis point rate hikes. They're still doing their quantitative tightening, basically like burning cash. They're selling T-bills and mortgage-backed securities, trying to reduce that balance sheet. Again, we're just really looking for these markets to stabilize, and assuming everything's still good over the next 30, 45 days, I still have full intentions and plans on adding to my long-term portfolios. So for now, we'll play it one day at a time like we always do, continue to lock in some great profits during these times of volatility, being able to set some cash aside and utilize that surplus of cash for these great long-term investments. And I will continue to update you every single day on what my plan is and the reason my plan is my plan, to make sure you guys fully understand, you're fully aware on what I'm doing and when I'm doing it. So right now, 2 penny stocks to watch into the day. So we got about an hour and 6 minutes to go. Number one, we will be watching AREC. 100%. AREC has great potential. We will definitely be watching that. RDBX, not worth your time in my opinion. REV, it's not worth your time. You got CMRA though. All right, CMRA looks fantastic, especially if we start breaking over 4. We could see that rip back up towards around 430, maybe 437-ish. So we'll see what CMRA is going to be doing here over the next hour. And then I'm definitely watching AERC. This is my number one pick right now at this point in time. The reason I did not trade this stock is we didn't come down to that 1850. If we would have continued to consolidate and come down towards around 1850, then break the downtrend, I would have taken that trade. But we never came down to 1850. We broke a little early. Now I'm sitting back looking to see where we're heading to next. So those are going to be your pennies that we're watching. CMRA over 4 to 437. AERC. Just looking to see where the stock is heading to next. We got support down at 1928. We have resistance right now at 2140. So right around that 2140 we have resistance. So let's see what happens over the next 10-20 minutes. For now, let's watch the SPY and the Qs. All right, fantastic. We're all set, guys. Again, we're watching CMRA, watching AERC, the SPY and the Qs. I'm looking to see what the Qs are going to do right around yesterday's high a day. And yesterday's high a day was 282.35. Looking to see what the Qs are going to do right around that 282.35. But intraday support you're going to bring it back down towards around 281.60. So I'm curious, is this the rip on up and this the nice healthy pullback that gets the next leg up, the next leg going? Definitely think it could be. I'm personally watching the Qs here, looking to see if we can hold above this 281.60, possibly follow through and break the downtrend back up to high day. And if that happens, I do have an order typed up ready to go here on SQQQ. We can see SQQQ drop 3 points to the downside. So if the Qs bounce and break that trend line and the Qs get back up to high a day, that would pull SQQQ from 60 down to 57. That's a 3-point drop. I'm all about that. I'm just sitting back waiting to see what the Qs are going to do. I do have a scalp coming on up, though. I do have a scalp coming on up. What is that? 60.61. If we can get a quick little spike on up, the 60.61 on SQQQ. See a nice little short for maybe about 50 cents, give or take. I would take that trade all day. Let's see what happens over the next couple of minutes. I'm personally watching SQQQ, the inverse ETF. I trade it long. I trade it shorts. It works well for me. But what we're looking for is to see where the Qs are going to bottom. See if we can break that downtrend. That's where volume is going to move back in. That's where we have potential back up to that 285.85 and then 288. And that means we could see SQQQ most likely down towards around the low a day at 57. Right now we're at 59.50 on SQQQ. Corey, if you're inside the chat, anybody that uses Fidelity inside of chat, is there a way that you need to update the platform? Because I'm still having tons of issues with Fidelity. It's very slow. It's not loading. I don't know if it's like an update or if there's anything that I could do. I tried to delete it, which I did delete it, and I reinstalled it. Still the same issue. It's just really slow. It's very odd. So right now, again, just watching the Qs and watching SQs. Appreciate that, Corey. Just curious. I installed it, reinstalled it, logged in. Still very slow. No quotes coming through. You can't click a box and drag it. I thought it was my computer, but my computer works fine. It's only Fidelity causing the issues. So again, not sure what would be happening there. But right now, I do see a possible trade coming on up. And I'm ready to go, team. I am ready to go. I don't want to see it break right here. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I do not want to see the Qs break just yet. I don't. I want to see the Qs drop on down just a little bit more. I do not want to see the Qs break here. Personally, I do not want to see the Qs break just yet. Come on. Dump on off here. If you guys are long, rip, baby, rip. If you guys are not long, I'd like to see it down a little bit closer to that that 280.76, but we're starting to break here. You got about 15 seconds to go on this candle. Let's see what happens. Let's see if it's going to close strong and follow through. Nice break, nice push. Man. It's okay. There's still tons of opportunity. I was really greedy. I was like, I want it just a little bit lower. But we're looking good. Back up to high a day. Broke that downtrend. I may be looking to grab a quick little shorts on SQQQ, but I'm going to wait for a little bit of a pullback first on the Qs. Potential little bounce back on up on SQQQ, and then look to pull the trigger to the short side, as I still think the Qs are going to get back up to 285. We get one more little red candle. One more little red candle, maybe come back down and retest that trend line, and then have a nice little bounce. And we can see our support level was right there, 281.18. Let's see what's going to happen. Are we going to retest that downtrend that we broke and bounce off of it? Are we going to crack and move lower? Let's see, but we do have a good trade coming on up. If you already took that trade, congratulations. You got a nice little push. I mean, it did push through that downtrend break just about $1 within 1 minute candle. So, I mean, that was a very strong push there. Right now, we do have potential for this to be a break of the downtrend. Now, we're simply retesting downtrend resistance as downtrend support, and we are seeing this downtrend bounce. So you could be buying right here. If you like these setups, you like the strategy, you could be a buyer right here. Stops under low a day, looking for this to push back up to high a day here on QQQ. Let's see what we have coming on up, team. Let's see if it's going to hold that 281.18. If we start to see that higher low form, that next U shape starting to form, oh, I'm ready. I'm absolutely ready to get something going. Looking good for a reversal here. Looking good for a reversal. Let's see how this candle closes. But we got this nice, healthy, decreasing volume pullback. We do see some buying pressure coming up underneath, right around that 282. Let's see how we close on this candle. Let's see how we open up on the next and see if this is a break, retest, higher low. Nice U-shape breakout. Still sitting back, still being patient here. We could see it back down at 281.18, so there's still potential for this to drop another $1 before it actually pushes back on up. If it cracks below 282, most likely to see it back down at that 281.18. I'm going to go ahead and try and give this a little bit of a go on SQQQ as we are pushing here. We are starting to push here a little bit. Let's see if we get that full-blown reversal here. $282.80 on the Qs. We need to get back above 283. Nice volume, nice push. Looks like this is that reversal candle. So again, nice break of the downtrend. Nice healthy decreasing volume pullback. Nice retest, giving us this higher low. I'd love to see these buyers step on in, push this up over that 283.71, and then 285.85 is very realistic. If we start falling back below 282, I do think we come back down to that 281 and probably crack and move lower. But let's see if we are going to get that higher low U shape right here to get that push back up into the 285s. So now it's just a game of patience. Not really what I wanted to see there. Wanted to see that higher low, just that nice U shape, and it start to really pick on up. But we're still sitting fine for now. If it cracks below 282, I really don't like it because it will come back down to that low before it bounces next. That would push SQQQ back up over 60. I'm not going to hold that position over 60. I'd have to cut it at 282. So the Qs below 282, I would have to cut SQQQ. Because if the Qs do come back down to this low, that means SQQQ goes back up towards around 60.30. That's $1 of risk. I'm not going to risk $1 on that. Absolutely not. I'm going to play it nice and tight here. I'm looking for the Qs to get that nice push right here, right now. 284, 285.85. Start to see SQQQ back down at $57. And that would be a nice little profit right there. So I'm just watching the Qs right now. I'm just watching the Qs. I know if the Qs get back to high a day, SQQQ gets back down to low a day. I know low a day is 57 bucks. I know my cost basis right now is 59.25. I know I have 600 shares on the table. I know what that equates to. I know where my stop loss needs to be. I know if I start taking profit, how much I'm getting paid. Let's see if we can get these Qs back up to high a day. I don't want to be greedy here, but I do want to lock in some profits, and I want to see how much higher this thing can go. I may start locking in a little bit if we start falling back below 283. If I see the bids back below like 283, I may just go ahead and take a little bit of profit here on SQQQ, but I'm still holding that 600 share position. 59.25 cost basis. Want to see if the Qs are going to start really opening on up here. Do not want to see the bids back below 283. Like to see a nice push over 284 to 285. We're still dropping. We're still dropping on SQQQ. We're above 283.60 on the Qs now. Looking okay. Looking pretty decent. Got some decent profits here on SQQQ. 283.30, 283.20, 283, 283.12. I may have to lock in a little bit of cheddar on SQQQ. Back below 283 now. That's crazy. You can be up X amount of dollars in the blink of an eye. And then you blink your eyes again, whoop, all your profits go bye-bye. All your profits go bye-bye. It's very volatile, and that's definitely impacting this trade. It's moving a lot. It is moving a lot. But looking at the Qs, do you really see a reason to be getting out of the Qs? I don't see a reason to be getting out of the Qs. I mean, it still looks good. Still looks to be intact. Just a little pullback. Nothing wrong with pullbacks. I don't get scared about pullbacks. Just when it's really volatile like this, one little teeny pullback, you start giving all those profits back on one little pullback. One little pullback, which is crazy. I was getting in right here on the Qs. Like, that was my entry based on the Qs. So technically, looking at the Qs, I'm positive on the trade, even with that pullback. But there for a moment, I went back into the red, but technically I still have wiggle room looking at where my entry was on the Qs and where that pullback was. So just trying to play it as smart as possible, not trying to give those profits back, but also not getting scared out of a trade that has great potential still at this point in time. Like to see this over 284. I'm still holding those 600 shares. I haven't gotten out yet. Haven't even scaled out yet. I see potential. I'm being patient with it right now. Here we go. That's the kind of candle that wants to go. That's the kind of candle that wants to break. That's that nice open candle. I don't know. Something about those candles. That close and that open, that's a candle that wants to go. I'm still holding. I'm still holding for now. That just looks like one of those candles that wants to 284, baby. That's one of those opening, here we go candles. Woohoo! There we go. 283.75. Nice read. Nice read on that. I got to lock in some profits up here. 284. If the bids fall back below 283.50, I'm going to start scaling out. If I see the Qs back below 283.50 on the bid, I'm going to start, okay, I'm going to start scaling out here. I'm going to take a little bit more because now the Qs are starting to pull back pretty hard and heavy, and SQQQ, big bounce there, literally just wiped out all of those gains in one little pullback. I mean, I was in way down here. One little pullback. Really messing that trade up, but we're still locking in a couple bucks, it looks like. Still profitable here. All right, I'm locking in a little bit more. And I got a small little runner left. That's it. I got a very teeny runner. I feel like that was way too much work. I feel like the great entry just, I played all that chop. Why couldn't I grab that move? Why couldn't I grab that move? Why do I gotta grab the chop move? I just played all that chop. All right, I'm out. I'm gonna take this What did I make? 200 bucks. That was, I mean, don't get me wrong, 200 bucks in what? 1, 2, 3. I got in right here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes to make 200 bucks. I'll take it. But Oh, man. Why did I have to play in the chop? Why couldn't it just go whoop straight up? No, I'm kidding. We're good. So I'm only down 192.51 on the day. I'll take it. I like the trade. It was a good trade. Nice break. Nice retest. Starting the curl on back up. Grabbing that trade. And it just didn't open on up like I thought. Just didn't open on up and get that full big move that I thought. Getting in and it just kind of chopping, trying to get a sense of direction. Was able to secure a couple bucks from it, but it's all good. So we're still good. We still got plenty of time here, team. We still have 45 minutes until the day ends. 45 minutes until the day ends. So let's see where that opportunity is. Are the Qs going to move lower here? What's going on? Let's readjust. Let's do this. Let's go look at CMRA. Do we have anything with CMRA? CMRA, anything here? Could be one big cup and handle formation. Big U shape. Giving you that higher low here. Could be one big cup and handle for that $4 break up towards around that 437. Keep CMRA on watch for that possible cup and handle. Still watching AERC, but we don't have too much at this point in time. So are we missing anything? KTRA, is there anything here on KTRA? Pretty light volume pop here. CMRA, we already discussed that. AUST, nothing happening there. HLGN, nothing there. AERC, we've discussed, we literally just looked at it. EVOK, nothing there. SIDU. Trying to slowly grind on back up. This is, I mean, we'll watch this into the end of the day, but literally hasn't done anything all day. Now it's starting to pop on back up a little bit, getting a little bit of volume here. If it breaks 340, you can see SIDU in the 390s. So you'd see it up towards around like 390 on SIDU. So I'm not going to buy it on the second attempt over 340, right? We hit 340 once. This is really the first attempt to break over that high, but it's the second touch of that high. We know that on the third touch, they typically like to break a little bit better. So let's see if we can reject, maybe pull back a little bit to 313. If we can hold above 313, I do think we could then see the break over 340 for a nice little end-of-day run here on SIDU. So we will absolutely watch SIDU coming into the end of the day. CMRA, maybe a nice big cup and handle formation. And then AERC, still pulling on back here little by little. So I do like SIDU, shows great potential. Maybe we have some great potential on CMRA as well. You can put a nice little trend line here on the stock. Let's keep it on watch above the VWAP. Keep it on watch here above this trend line. Could be one big cup and handle that starts to play on out here by the end of the day. So SIDU, number one. We're definitely watching this. Over 340. Has room to 396 to $4. CMRA supports at VWAP. You also have trendline support at this point in time as well. Holding above support, we can see this bounce back up to the highs of 395. And then AERC still fading and falling just a little bit at this point in time. I'm personally still watching the Qs and SQs. So if the Qs break this downtrend, That means SQQQ will be cracking the uptrend. The Qs could start ripping, SQQQ start dumping. So if we do indeed see the Qs breaking this downtrend, I am looking to short SQQQ back down the low a day because I think the Qs will go up to high a day. Now, if the Qs fail to break and rip, and that means SQQQ fails to crack and dump, and let's say we actually see the Qs start dumping here below the VWAP, below support, I could simply flip from the short side to the long side. So right now I'm looking to play SQQQ short as I do see the Qs trying to break this downtrend coming on up. But if the Qs do start dumping on off and cracking on down, guess what? I can simply go long on SQQQ. I see about $1 potential to the long side. I see about $2 to the short side. So maybe you work in a small position, just getting in small position, adding to it, getting out. I'll just be kind of working my way in, working my way out just to get in. Nice cost basis, all that good stuff. SIDU broke over that 340, guys. SIDU broke over 340. Right now, getting some great action here on SIDU. You have room to 390. Got a little bit of this pennant formation on the Qs. You see a little bit of that bearish flag on SQQQ. So I'm still convinced at this point in time that the Qs have better potential to rip to the upside versus dumping. Wouldn't you guys agree? Do you see anything else that suggests the Qs are probably going to crack and fall? Or do you guys think that the Qs have better odds of breaking and moving to the upside? What are you guys thinking right now at this point in time? Let's see if the Qs can get that break. Let's see if SQQQ can crack that trend line out of a little bit of a bearish flag. The Qs are at 282.50, and that's my break even on SQQQ. So we want to really see if the Qs can hold that 282.50, get a nice little break, nice little rip and run here, and that means SQQQ can start dropping and falling. I didn't take a huge position, but the beautiful thing about my position is I can always add to it. That's what's fantastic. So if I really like it, I can always add to it. But right now, if it doesn't work out and I take a little bit of heat, it's not going to absolutely destroy me. I'm not going to feel the pain. I'm able to manage it a little bit easier. SIDU at 380, locking some profits around that $4 level, guys. Again, I have a position right now on SQQQ, looking at the Qs long for the break of this downtrend up to high a day, looking to see if SQQQ is going to crack that uptrend, come back down towards around 57. That's about 2 points away. It's about 2 points away. There we go. You know, if I get back to break even from this trade, I'm done. Right? Coming in, not focused. Right? Coming in, not focused. Coming in, just really cloudy. Coming in, just not in the zone. And really starting my day off not the best. At one point I was down what? You guys saw at one point I was down $1,800 at one point in time. Right now, I'm looking at my P&L. I just looked up. I'm actually green on the day. By like $40, it covers my commissions and fees. But to be able to go from being down $1,800 to be able to walk away, break even on the day, I take that as a win. I do. I take that as a win all day. You know, that disconnect really helped. Be able to walk away and come back really helped on out. I'm glad I was able to do that. So I'm still holding this position right now at this point in time. I still think the Qs are going to get back up to high a day. I'm okay with the small position on SQQQ back down the low a day. Maybe we can actually turn a red day to break even and then break even to a green day. Let's see. If this does come all the way down to 57, based on my cost basis, that would put me up a couple bucks on the day. It'd be pretty good. So let's see. I'm still holding. Let's see how much higher the Qs want to go. I do think the Qs are going to get back up to 285. So we got another dollar in us. That means we have another dollar to the downside on SQQQ, but I don't want to be greedy here. What would you recommend I do? If you were me and I was you and we were both the same exact person, based on starting my day, based on where I'm at now, what would you guys do? Would you just go ahead and take this as an opportunity to just walk away at break even? Would you continue to hold that trade a little bit longer? How about I just do that? How about I make the right decision and I take what could have been a pretty ugly day? And how about I just go ahead and take what I have and I'll take a $27 profit? How about that? I'll break even on the day and reset. I take this as an opportunity to reset. So I'm going to reset. I like it. Came back. We traded AERC properly. Came back this afternoon. Very fresh. Solid approach. 2 good trades. And I was able to get back that $400 back to the break even. I'll take that as a win today, guys. I'll take that as a win. And I can officially say I haven't had a red day yet. I've had a red day in like 2 weeks, so I'll take it. Like, yeah, I mean, I didn't make $500. I didn't make $1,000 today, but hey, I didn't lose anything. So we're still kind of on a green streak. I'll take it. And I'm going to go buy a pack of cigarettes and smoke them all. So I feel better tomorrow. I'm going to go buy a carton of marbles. I'm going to smoke them all in the morning. I'm just going to smoke every single one. And come inside a chat and we'll make $10,000 if I smoke a carton of marbles. I'm joking, guys. I wouldn't do that. I feel great. I feel beautiful. I feel fantastic. Getting over those withdrawals. I feel great. I feel better than I felt this morning. That's for sure. But I'll take this as a win. I'll take this as a plus. Appreciate you guys' support. Hope you guys are able to take something away from my trading today and kind of my mindset, how I bounce back, and what I was able to do in the moment to kind of assess what's going on, disconnect, come back, and able to take a pretty crappy start of the day into a pretty good end of the day. And that's what I was saying earlier. Doesn't matter how you start the day, matters how you end your day. And I'd have to say I'm ending my day properly. Currently up $27, break even day. I'm taking it. I'm shutting down my broker. I'm all set, ready to rock and roll. I'm ready to come back in for tomorrow, team. And I'm ready to make it happen. So right now, as you guys will see, I am shutting down my broker at this point in time. It's gone. Out of sight, out of mind. No temptations, no nothing. So right now, traders, it is 3:25. Ron said, go get some CBD. Go get some CBD. Oh, no. Angela, what's up, Angela? Some CB to the D. Some CBDZ. I'll tell you what. I've definitely been eating a lot lately. I tell you what, I've been eating a lot. Right. Final questions, comments, concerns. Okay. I don't expect the markets to really rip for the next 30. I don't expect them to go. I mean, honestly, they could hit 288. I see that as a possibility. But right now, I don't see a fresh trade on the Qs. Your trade was down here off the initial break of the downtrend. We scalped that. Your second trade was the trade that I took here when the Qs were breaking this downtrend out of this flag, which was basically SQQQ cracking out of its bear flag. So we saw SQQQ with this bear flag. I saw, again, everything was based on the Qs. I see the Qs with this beautiful bullish flag. Obviously, SQQQ would have a bear flag, so I was shorting SQQQ, watching QQQ to the long side. So if you guys were taking the Qs, I would scale out. If you were taking TQs, I mean, that's pretty good. You're up about 40, 50 cents a share. That's a solid profit. Do we have anything with CMRA at this point in time? Not really. Anything with SIDU? If you were taking that for the 340 break, which I would have never done it. If you did, you got some kahunas. Congrats. You just were able to lock up over 50 cents a share up to that $4 level of resistance. So good job. Make sure you're locking in some profits here at this point in time. And then we don't really have too much going on with AERC. Mr. Corey locking in 248.46 on the day. Took AERC and SIDU at the end of the day. We got 385 from Mr. Steve. Good job. We got Bright Shadow locking in some profits. We got Corey with the small account. Thanks, JP. We got Trading Hunter coming in, locking in some great profits as well. Congratulations, Trading Hunter. AZ Jada from being red on the day to positive. I take that as a win. Good job. Just keeping those emotions in check, dude. Staying disciplined, sticking to your plan, sticking to your gun, sticking to your rules, not getting greedy, not revenge trading. I like how you were down. You came back up. That's a good day, dude. Way to make it happen. Bright Shadow, great profits. Dougie, Fresh, Asif, Johnny Holmes. Come on, Chris. Woo-hoo-hoo. Yo, we got some profits today in profits chat. And then, oh my goodness, Mr. Crypto Cole is up in there as well. So traders, good job, good work, way to make it happen. The market, decent. It was decent. Penny stock sucked. I'm not gonna lie, penny stock sucked. Maybe it was because of me. Maybe they weren't not that good because I wasn't that good today. But really thinking about it, there was a lot of chop. There was a lot of like really good setups that just didn't work out. Chop. I wasn't a fan of the market today. But in hindsight, there was some great opportunity. AERC, phenomenal. CMRA, phenomenal. SIDU, phenomenal, right? I know that I came in a little rough, a little out of it. So I'm sitting here like, yeah, the markets didn't do well today. I don't think you did good, Josh. I think that's what it was. I don't think it was the markets. I think it was you. So the market was good. You had some great opportunity with AERC. We were able to lock in some profits. CMRA, right? We had some great opportunity here. Still have some great opportunity coming on up. And then SIDU. SIDU doing absolutely nothing, but hey, it got that nice little pop over 340. Nice little 50-cent spike to the upside. So some decent opportunity with penny stocks. And then here towards the end of the day, we had a couple back-to-back winners with the SPY and the Qs. And that was my game plan. Come in, trade these pennies. That's where the opportunity is. And then towards the end of the day, after the FOMC meeting, we're going to look at the SPY and the Qs, and there's going to be opportunity for some profits. And guess what? We came in, we found two opportunities, we took them, we locked in profits. So congratulations, traders. Way to make it happen. Right now, if you have any questions, let me know. If not, we will go ahead and end the stream for the day. Got a lot of stuff to do for you guys tonight. We got a lot of things in the works, and I'm excited for it. I'm excited to get everything going for you. So again, I want to make sure that you guys are all set, ready to rock. If you have any questions, please let me know. If not, and you guys are heading out anyway, and you're like, yep, see ya, Josh. I'm waiting for you to leave so I can leave. If you guys are ready to leave, we'll go ahead and end our day. We'll enjoy our night, and we'll come back in here tomorrow extra fresh, like Dougie fresh. Like Dougie so fresh, I'm going to come back in Dougie fresh tomorrow. In the zone, focused, ready to make it happen, ready to lock in some consistent profits and not lose $3,000 in the first 30 minutes of the day. That is not what I want to do, and I'm not going to let it happen. So we will come back in super duper fresh. Super fresh. Sound good? Sound good. Mutas! What's up, buddy? Watch the link. Yeah, I got you. I feel pretty. Oh, I'm clicking on the link and nothing's working. I'm clicking on that link and nothing is working. I'm even hitting that copy link address, right? And I'm coming over here and I'm pasting it in, right? And I did it. And it's saying, oops, something went wrong. Oops. I don't know what's going on, man. Ah, look at that. We hit high a day on the Qs. Did anybody hold that until high a day? Did anybody have some kahunas and take that all the way? Hey, look at that. J-Dub. J-Dub coming in with $80 on that small account. That's what I'm talking. He says, I'm done for the day. I'm done for the day. And then he comes back and locks in profits. J-Dub, dude, after my morning, just because I said that was a good trade, I would have never trusted me. J-Dub, what are you doing, dude? Did you see my morning? Did you see how rough it was? I say, yeah, this is a good long and you take. Oh, my gosh, J-Dub, no. After my rough morning, I would not trust the thing that comes out of my mouth, dude, at all. No, I'm joking. Good job. I know you're trading on your own. I know you're making it happen. You spot something, you take it. You've been crushing it lately. Congratulations, J-Dub. Way to make it happen. Great trade from being red back to green on the day. I love it. I love it. Good stuff, buddy. Way to make it happen. And those daily expirations, if you were taking daily expiration calls on the Qs, yeah, you're printing right now. You are absolutely printing a paycheck. Go, oh, Corey, he's got a runner. Go, little runner, go. Go, little buddy. You keep on pedaling. Yeah, keep on running. So good job, though, team. Seriously, good job. Good work. SIDU right now, it's done. You already ran from 340 almost to $4. You got yourself a nice little 50, 60-cent profit there out of SIDU. CMRA right now is not really doing too much. And then AERC, you were just giving off those anger management vibes today. Vibes. I was giving off those anger management vibes. Like I was angry or that I was in anger management. What? Are you talking about the movie Anger Management? Is that what it's called with Adam Sandler? Is that I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I am pretty and witty with joy, and I'm pretty. It's a good movie. How's SOFI looking? SOFI, I'm not day trading this right now. It's just really choppy and really challenging to day trade. It's a long-term hold for me, though. SOFI is a long-term hold for me, personally. As far as a day trade, it's too messy. It's too choppy. Your best bet, I mean, trade these expirations, these weeklies on the SPY and the Qs. That's how you're going to see some triple-digit returns. I mean, if you would have grabbed, I'm just going to put this in perspective, and then we're going to end our day. Okay? Just going to put this in perspective. This is why it's important to understand options. Be like J-Dub. J-Dub, we have a meeting 2 months ago, little one-on-one sesh. I'm like, watch the Ultimate Options course lesson. Get into the video lessons library and watch everything that has to do with options. Ask questions about options. He's trading options now. Multiple hundreds of dollars a day. It's amazing in just a month. But it's impressive on what you can do with options, just trading the SPY and the Qs. And I haven't seen him trade anything else besides the SPY and the Qs. He took my advice. He watched the lessons. He educated himself. Only been trading the SPY and the Qs from what I can see, locking in consistent profits. It's amazing. Why is that? We have a Monday, Wednesday, Friday expiration. Just to put this in perspective, if you would have taken that Wednesday expiration call on the Qs, I'm just going to put this in perspective on why it's so important to understand options, okay? Let's say you had a target of high day. That's 286. So you come in here and say, all right, I'm going to take the 0 day until expiration, a 286 call option. This is going to be the one you were going to buy, right? Let's go ahead and send that over to red. So what time were we making entries here on the Qs? We were making entries at 1520, right when it broke the downtrend. So right now, we are currently looking at a 286 call option that expires today in the next 24 minutes. So if he would have said, okay, well, I see 286 high a day. That's my target. I'm going to go buy a 286 call option. You would have bought that call option when it was 320. Let's go here to 320 right there. That call option was worth 60 cents. Okay. So that call option right here was worth what? 60 cents. Okay. At 1520, the high was 60 cents. There's 1520. So literally from 1520 to 1530 to where we're at now, that's 15 minutes. Okay. So in about 15 minutes, you went from 283 to 286 on the Qs. You went 3 points. You hit your target. You would have paid $60 for the one contract. You would have locked in $150 a contract. What is that? What is that? From 60 cents to 150. That's 140%. That's a triple-digit return in less than 15 minutes. You're like, wow, I could have really locked in that much. Yes, you could have lost that much. That could have went from 60 cents to 0, right? So there is always the flip side. But again, that was a good trade. We saw the potential. We saw the opportunity. And that's to put it in perspective on why it's important for you guys to understand options and get options under your belt if that's something that you want to do. You could have taken that one contract on the Qs, a $60 investment. And if you would have sold that at your QQQ target, which was that high, you would have been able to pull out $140, $150. You would have made 140% return in 15 minutes. And again, that's one contract. You take a $60 investment and you're able to make $80 on it. And that was one contract. So congratulations to those of you that were able to lock in some great profits on those call options. And again, just keep it simple. He's like, I'm only been focusing on the SPY and the Qs, and I think that's smart, right? Get to know the SPY and the Qs. Understand how options move. Understand the theta. Understand the implied volatility. Understand how the further you go out, the more expensive they are, and the theta is reduced. So you don't have, again, understand the options and how they move, and understand how to trade them first on something like the SPY and the Qs, 10 times easier. Then start looking at options with other stocks, maybe Tesla, AMD, Intel, NVIDIA, Boeing, whatever the case is. But yeah, definitely start with the SPY and the Qs. You're set. You can honestly trade the SPY and the Qs indefinitely and most likely always make consistent profits, always trading the SPY and the Qs. If you never traded any other stock, all you traded was the SPY and the Qs with options, you would do just fine. So congrats, guys. Congratulations. All right, traders. So enjoy the rest of your evening. Right, we're going to go ahead and jump on off. We have about 20 minutes to go. You don't have any big earnings tonight. With pennies, you have SIDU still squeezing to the upside. Right now, support on SIDU is back down at 396. Resistance right now on SIDU is $4.50. So if you guys are still holding this long, wondering, Josh, where do I lock in profits? $4.50. So right, honestly, somewhere around these highs, $4.50. And then if it ever breaks $4.50, you're looking to go to $5 here on SIDU. Okay. CMRA could still play on out here, and I like it. I do like CMRA. If I had my broker open, I'd probably take this trade. I like this big U shape back up to high day resistance right around $4. I like this higher low. But what I like about this higher low is it's also a double bottom. So not only is this a higher low formation, it's also a double bottom off this trend line, one big cup and handle formation. I think CMRA is getting ready to break 4, back up towards around 437, 450, and then $5. I really like CMRA here, and I think this is a great trade coming on up. If you crack that trend line, you're done, you're out. But right now, you just came down, you put in a double bottom off the trend line, nice higher low. It looks like it's going to break. I would be all over this trade. I'd be in it to win it on CMRA, as it looks like it wants to break 4, back up to yesterday's highs. And again, yesterday's high a day, 437. Breaking that 437, traders, you do have potential to $5. CMRA on high watch. Nothing really with AERC, right? You have better opportunity with SIDU. You absolutely have better opportunity with CMRA. AERC, your little 50-50, RDBX 50-50, REV 50-50. So right now, the number one stock is CMRA. Number two is SIDU. But if I put my focus on one stock, like I said, I'd be all over that stock. I'd be buying the crap out of CMRA if I had my account open. I would have scalped that up to 4. Probably be holding a little bit right now, thinking we can definitely break up to 437, 450, and then 5 in the next 15 minutes. RM, at what time do you start streaming tomorrow morning? Inside a chat. I am live at 7 a.m. here on YouTube. I'll be live at 9 a.m. So from 9 a.m. to 9:30 is our YouTube stream. So the stream will automatically kick on moving forward at 9 a.m. Like, I don't have to do anything. It just comes on automatically. It's amazing. So I just show up and then, boo, it comes on. At 9:30, it automatically shuts down. Right. One day during the week, we keep the stream open all day. Today was that day. So we go live at 9, and the stream's open throughout the entire day. So you get to trade live with me and the team on YouTube, absolutely free. So tomorrow you will see me back here at 9 a.m. on YouTube until 9:30. And then next week, on Wednesday, you will get an additional free stream day where I'll stream all day for free. Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, team, traders, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, traders from around the world, do we have any questions, comments, or concerns right now at this point in time before we go ahead and wrap up our Money Wednesday? It's not Money Wednesday. It's Hump Day! It's right. It is Hump Day. Final questions, comments, concerns, please let me know, traders. With that being said, we'll go ahead and end our Hump Day. We'll have a wonderful night. We'll get back in here bright and early tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. We'll make it happen. Steve, you're 100% right. This is the best team. 100%. This is the best team in the world. You want to know why? Because, Steve, you make it the best. You want to know why, B. Graham? You make it the best. AZJ-Dub, Corey, y'all make it the best. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate y'all. I love y'all. Hopefully you guys had some fun today. I hope you guys made some money. If not, I hope you guys learned something. That's my goal. Make sure you guys learn something new every single day. Maybe you learned about interest rates and how that impacts the economy and the stock market. Maybe you learned about, I don't know, investing and how I plan on investing and the reasons why. Maybe you learned what not to do as a trader, right? If you're feeling foggy, if you're feeling a little out of it, right? Distracted, don't trade. You see the results. I hope you guys learned something new today, whether that was based on my successes, based on my failures, or just what's going on in the world right now. We're able to break it down and have you guys able to make sense of it. So again, enjoy your evening. I'll see you guys back here bright and early tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. as we kick off Thursday trading. Woo, baby. Shorted that double top on Ford. Creative thinking. That's what's up. I'm somehow green today as well. Congrats on the rebound. Steve, thank you. Steve, congratulations as well. Angela closed up green on the day, 206. That's what I'm talking about. We got great profits and profits chat here inside of chat. We see some good profits over on YouTube as well. Congratulations, traders. Enjoy those profits. I'll see you back here tomorrow at 9 a.m. If I don't see you back here tomorrow or Friday, next Wednesday is our free stream day. And I'll see you from 9 till the end of the day. Take care, traders. Enjoy your night. Ladies and gentlemen, inside of chat, if you have questions or if you need me, you guys know chat's open 24/7, 365. Go ahead and drop those messages. I'll definitely be here. Jump on the mic. Get you guys taken care of. But team, good job today. Have a wonderful night. If you need me, you know where to find me. I'll see you back here tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. And let's make tomorrow an even better day in the market. If I can do anything for you, don't hesitate to let me know, traders. Let's end it the way we always end it. In 3, I got to step back a little bit. In 2, I got to keep going back. In 1, woo! I got to mess with those audio settings. But guys and girls, enjoy your night. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care, traders. And I'll see you then.
words to say, 'cause I can't hide how I'm feeling. I can't describe, so challenging. Can't amplify the meaning. Look at how we vibe together. I could never ask for more. Giving me that smile, you better. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. And get high off of your love. I just need it. High off of your love. And you see it. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms, I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love. Given to me, I'll do the same. Just like destiny is calling, I'll give the match, you start the flame. Get to the point where we're styling. I gave you the keys, just untied. And this is what you came here for. Let's not talk all together. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. Off of your love. I just need it. Off of your love. Of your love. Of your love. I just need it. Of your love. And you see it. Loving me, baby, all night long. In your arms, I belong. Just stay with me forever. And get of your love.
Bringing out the best in me. It's time to get moving. 'Cause I know the rest of me is destiny to get strong. I feel the dark emerging, time to put you my wrong. It's time to shine the side of beautiful move on.
Dreaming of adventure beyond your backyard? NerdWallet can help you compare and find the smartest credit cards to get there. Use NerdWallet to compare travel cards with bonus miles to go from working from home to relaxing far, far away. Then use NerdWallet to compare cashback cards and turn everyday purchases into a beachside cabana big enough for the whole family.
More sand for the third tower.
She's the only boss you'll be answering to this week. Nice castle. Compare your way there. Find the smartest financial products for you on NerdWallet.
You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. Lose all track of time when every day's the weekend. Sun doesn't go down and we were kings and queens. And someday we will say, go back in the day. Remember how you felt tonight. 'Cause you make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. I'm free. You color all my dreams like graffiti.
Is your head spinning? Is your heart racing? Is there fire in your veins? Are your bones burning? Is your skin yearning? 'Cause you're driving me insane. I kinda feel like I saw the light. You got me way up 1,000 miles. Can we stay right here in this atmosphere like we're flying out in space? Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look down. Don't look down. Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Are your hands shaking? Are your fists breaking? Are you climbing over walls? Are the times changing? Is the noise fading? 'Cause I wanna get it all. Don't look down. Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna
used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
Gregory Warner, host of the podcast Rough Translation. On our new season, we're telling stories about the cultures of work.
The 9 to 5, it's a myth.
And rest around the world.
I came into this totally prepared to defend my American productivity.
At Work, the new season of the NPR podcast Rough Translation.
I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, and so hard to get it. And so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, and so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. Used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. It's so hard to get it. And so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be
second alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. Oh, I'm gonna do this on my own. No point in blaming you, you did not know. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Friday. It's almost like whoever named Friday knew it should be celebrated with free fries. Free Fries Friday at McDonald's. Get a free medium fries with any purchase of $1 or more on the McDonald's app. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Offer valid through 9/30 to participate in McDonald's. Excludes tax.
Smooth operating your moves. You like a smooth operating
seem to let me take the control, yeah. Tu vainas y tú seem to let me take the control, yeah. Tu vainas y tú seem to let me take the control, yeah. Tu vainas y tú seem to let me take the control, yeah. Te reto a que me mires in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody, melody, up, 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 goes inside me, up, up. Melody, melody goes inside me. I can need it in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. I just wanna turn the party. I have the melody in my bones, melody goes inside me, and I don't wanna wait for you, no, no. Melody goes inside me, 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 inside me. Tu vainas y tú siempre let me take the control, yeah. Te reto a que me mires in your eyes, I see no lies. The body is in the higher, your body is in the fire, baby. I wanna take the control, let me dance like love, love, love. Love, love, love goes inside me, love, love. Melody, melody, me, love, love. Love, love, goes inside me, love, love. Melody, melody goes inside me, love, love. Love, love, love goes inside me, love, love.
With YouTube TV, watch live TV like cable, but without long-term contracts or hidden fees. Don't let life come between you and your favorite game show. YouTube TV has unlimited DVR space, personalized recommendations, plus you can watch on your phone or in your living room with your favorite devices. Get started in minutes. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Try it free. New users only. Terms apply. Cancel anytime.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Take my eyes open to force reality. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Content, hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out. Be carefree lately, yeah. Just kicking up daisies. Got one too many quarters in my pockets. Count 'em like the four-leaf clovers in my locket. Untied laces, yeah. Just tripping on daydreams. Got dirty little lullabies playing on repeat. Might as well just ride around the nursery and count sheep.
With YouTube TV, watch live TV like cable, but without long-term contracts or hidden fees. Don't let life come between you and your favorite game show. YouTube TV has unlimited DVR space, personalized recommendations, plus you can watch on your phone or in your living room with your favorite devices. Get started in minutes. YouTube TV, everything live TV should be. Sign up now. Terms apply.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Today's athletes deserve more from their hydration, no matter their game. With potassium-packed electrolytes, antioxidants, and B vitamins, plus no artificial sweeteners, flavors, or dyes, Body Armor provides hardworking hydration with their sports drink flavors, low-calorie hydration with Body Armor Light, and hydration plus caffeine with Body Armor Edge. From baseball's Mike Trout to basketball's James Harden, Body Armor helps today's athletes stay on top of their game and their hydration. And right now, Body Armor Sports Drink and Edge are on sale at buy two, get one free. Stock up on Body Armor items at your local 7-Eleven stores.
Help me with the words to say, 'cause I can't hide how I'm feeling. I can't describe, so challenging. Can't help the further meaning. Look at how we vibe together. I could never ask for more. Giving me that smile, you better. 'Cause you're the one that I adore. And get high off of your love. I just need it. High off of your love. You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti. Lose all track of time, and every day's the weekend. Sun doesn't go down, and we were kings and queens, and someday we will say, oh, why can you play? Remember how you felt tonight? 'Cause you make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. Ooh. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. Color all my dreams like graffiti. You make me feel like I'm brand new. For the first time, I'm scared to lose you. And you showed me what I could be. For the first time, know what I need. Free. You color all my dreams like graffiti.
Is your head spinning? Is your heart racing? Is there fire in your veins? Are your bones burning? Is your skin yearning? 'Cause you're driving me insane. I kinda feel like I saw the light. You got me way up 1,000 miles. Can we stay right here in this atmosphere like we're flying out in space? Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Don't look Don't look Don't look down. This high will never hit the ground. Don't look down. See the sky, we're gonna reach it now. Are your hands shaking? Are your fists breaking? Are you climbing over walls? Are the times changing? Is the noise fading? 'Cause I wanna get it all. Don't look down. Don't look down. Up this high, we'll never hit the ground.
If you went on a road trip and you didn't stop for a Big Mac or drop a crispy fry between the car seats or use your McDonald's bag as a placemat, then that wasn't a road trip. It was just a really long drive. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
At participating McDonald's.
I used to dream about money, about a big house, but all I want is you. Your touch of fire when you love me, desirable, attainable, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it all worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm dream about a cruiser that drove against the wind, but all I want is you. I know that fire when you touch me, my vision gets so dimmed, yeah, all I want is you. We are all the same, fame, attention, confirmation. Why do we care? What is it worth? What is it all worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved by you. We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as when I'm loved by you. By you. By you. What is it all worth? We are all the same. We want to be loved, but that is not the same as being loved.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
much to protect in our lives. That's why Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates, Columbus, Ohio.
Yes, I'ma get that bass the way she said it. Blowing smoke in my face and I'ma let it stay the way it is. Yeah, hey now, I'm on my way. A circling Miranda, she look like she wanna. I'm on my way. Tell me what you thought of. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Yeah. A circling Miranda, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Yeah. A circling Miranda, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. What did you say that you need it? Circling Barana, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. When did you say that you need it? Show that you want me. Circling Barana, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. When did you say that you need it? Circling Barana, eating me alive. Yeah. You want me to love you. When did you say that you need it?
I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, and so hard to get it. And so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it, so hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. Used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. It's so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. I used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the one living in the fast lane. I used to be the one who only cried in the rain. I used to work so hard to get it. So hard to get it. I used to be the lost boy running insane. Used to be the ghost boy looking for fame. I used to work so hard to get it.
So my in-laws just called to let us know they're on their way over and we're out of food. Great. Luckily, Instacart helps me get groceries delivered in as fast as an hour. Plenty of time to cook an in-law worthy meal. Now, what to make? Chicken parm. Perfect. Download the Instacart app or visit instacart.com to get $10 off your first order using the code GROCERIES10. Now the only thing to worry about is dinner conversation. Offer valid for a limited time. Minimum order $35. Delivery subject to availability. Additional terms apply.
I'm in trouble. Yeah, I let you down yet again. I'm a villain to you. So sudden. It's a riddle to please you. I guess I need to take my time to save my pride again. Is a place I'm right for the sake of just making amends? We could have had it all.
I'm on my own, broken alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing